The first thing I noticed wasn't the door itself. It was the smell. It was that sharp, wet scent of rotting leaves and pine needles, the kind of smell that usually stays outside where it belongs. I was sitting at the small laminate kitchen table, the kind with the shaky legs that rattled every time you chopped an onion. I had a mug of coffee in my hands, still steaming, and a half-eaten sleeve of saltine crackers in front of me. It was 6:15 a.m. The sun hadn't quite cleared the ridge of the mountains yet, so the cabin was bathed in that weak, grainy blue light that makes everything look like a faded photograph. I'd been at the cabin for 3 days. My uncle had left it to me in his will, a solitude retreat, he'd called it. It was a one-room square made of heavy cedar logs, tucked so deep into the Washington woods that you had to hike 2 miles from the nearest gravel road just to reach the porch. It was simple. To the left was the kitchenette. To the right was the bed. Directly in front of the table was the back wall, a solid, windowless expanse of dark wood where my uncle had hung a rusted crosscut saw as decoration. I took a sip of coffee, my eyes tracing the grain of the wood on that back wall. I'd stared at that wall for 3 days. I knew every knot in the timber. I knew the way the sap had dried in a long, amber drip near the corner. But as the light got a little stronger, I realized the saw wasn't there anymore. I frowned, leaning forward. My first thought wasn't fear, it was just confusion. I figured maybe the nail had given out and the saw had slid behind the wood stove. But then I saw the line. A perfectly straight, vertical seam ran from the floor to the ceiling. Then, 5 feet to the right, another one, and across the top, a horizontal header. It was a door. Not a hidden door, not a secret passage built into the architecture. It was a heavy, weathered wooden door with a black iron latch. It was built right into the wall that had been solid, unbroken cedar when I went to sleep at midnight. I sat frozen. The coffee in my hand was still warm, the steam tickling my nose, but my skin went cold. I did what anyone does when they see something impossible. I lied to myself. I told myself I'd just been tired the last 3 days. I told myself that maybe I'd been so focused on the stove or my laptop that I'd somehow missed an entire door. "You're losing it, Mike," I whispered. My voice sounded thin in the quiet room. I stood up, the chair legs scraping harshly against the floorboards. The sound seemed to linger too long, echoing in the corners of the ceiling. I walked toward the wall. My heart was thumping a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I reached out and touched the wood. It was cold, much colder than the rest of the cabin, and there was a draft. A steady, freezing breeze was whistling through the seam of the door, carrying that smell of wet earth and ancient, decaying forest. The logic didn't add up. Behind that wall was the hillside. The cabin was built into a slope. If I opened that door, I should have been looking at a wall of dirt and rocks. I gripped the iron latch. It felt heavy and real. My brain was screaming at me to sit back down, to finish my coffee, to hike back to my truck and never look back. But there's a specific kind of curiosity that feels like a sickness. You have to know, even if you know the answer is going to break you. I pressed the thumb latch. Click. The sound was deafening. I pulled. The door swung inward without a sound. No creak, no groan of hinges. It just opened into a void of green and gray. I wasn't looking at a hillside. I wasn't looking at dirt. I was looking into a forest, but it wasn't the forest I'd hiked through to get here. The trees were massive, thick, gnarled trunks covered in a pale, ghostly moss that hung down like hair. The ground was carpeted in ferns so dark they were almost black, and the sky wasn't that morning blue. It was a bruised, sickly purple, heavy with a fog that didn't move. I stepped back, my heel hitting the edge of the kitchen rug. I looked to my left, out the actual window of the cabin. Through that glass, I could see my porch, my muddy boots, and the bright, rising sun hitting the pine trees. Then I looked back through the second door. Over there it was twilight. It was silent. Not a bird chirping, not a squirrel moving. Just those giant, weeping trees. I went to slam the door shut, but something caught my eye. Something on the ground just past the threshold. In the dark soil of that strange forest, there were footprints. They were fresh, deep impressions in the mud, leading away from the door and into the trees. They were my footprints. I recognized the tread of my hiking boots, the specific wear pattern on the right heel where I dragged my foot. But I hadn't stepped through that door. I hadn't even known it existed until 5 minutes ago. As I stood there, paralyzed, a sound drifted in from the fog. It was faint at first, a rhythmic, wet thud. Step, step, step. Something was walking toward the cabin, and it was using my stride. Chapter by chapter outline. The setting, the interior of the cabin during a quiet, mundane morning. Focus on the sensory details of breakfast, coffee, crackers, the hum of a small propane heater. The action, the narrator discovers the second door on a wall that was previously solid. He opens it to find a forest that shouldn't exist. The psychological beat, denial. The narrator assumes he's having a stroke or a vivid dream. He checks his pulse and splashes water on his face. The cliffhanger, the discovery of his own footprints in the mud outside the door, and the sound of something approaching from the fog. The setting, the cabin interior. The narrator slams the door and locks it, but the draft continues to chill the room. The action, he tries to measure the cabin from the outside. He goes out the front door and walks to the back of the building. On the outside, there is only a solid wooden wall and a dirt slope. There is no second door visible from the exterior. The psychological beat, frustration and mounting panic. He begins to question the structural integrity of his mind. He tries to call for help, but his phone has no service, not even SOS. The cliffhanger, he returns inside to find a small, wet pile of moss sitting on his kitchen table. The door is still locked. The setting, midday. The cabin is bright, but the back wall feels heavy. The action, the narrator sits in silence, listening. He hears a scratching sound coming from inside the wall, not the sound of mice, but the sound of fingernails dragging against wood. The psychological beat, isolation. He realizes he is miles from anyone. He talks to himself to keep the silence at bay, but his own voice sounds alien to him. The logic gap. He convinces himself it's a localized hallucination caused by a gas leak. He turns off the propane, but the scratching grows louder. The cliffhanger, a soft, muffled voice from behind the second door, whispers his name. It sounds exactly like his own voice. The setting, late afternoon. Shadows are stretching long across the floor. The action, the iron latch on the second door begins to rattle. It's being turned from the other side. The narrator grabs a fire poker, the only weapon he has. The psychological beat, pure fight or flight adrenaline. The transition from this isn't real to I am going to die. The cliffhanger, the door doesn't open, but a piece of paper is slid underneath it. It's a Polaroid photo of the narrator sleeping in his bed, taken from the perspective of the second door. The setting, the sun has set. the cabin is lit by a single battery-powered lantern. The action, the narrator decides he cannot wait to be hunted. He opens the second door, determined to see what's out there while he still has light. He steps into the other forest. The sensory pacing, the air is thick and tastes like copper. The silence is absolute, no wind, no insects. Every footstep he takes sounds like a gunshot. The cliffhanger, he finds a replica of the cabin only 50 yards into the woods. It looks identical, but it's rotting and covered in that pale moss. The setting, the mirror version of the cabin. It's dark, cold, and smells of old meat. The action, he enters the mirror cabin. Inside, he finds his own belongings, but they are decades old. His laptop is a rusted hunk of plastic. His clothes are rags. The psychological beat, disorientation. Time doesn't work the same way here. He feels a sense of profound grief and wrongness. The cliffhanger, he hears the front door of the real cabin slam shut back across the clearing. He realizes he's been lured out. The setting, the narrator rushes back to the second door and sneaks back into his own cabin. He hides in the small wardrobe near the bed. The action, through the slats of the wardrobe, he watches the visitor. It's a figure that looks exactly like him, but its proportions are slightly off. The arms are too long. The gait is jerky and mechanical. The sensory pacing, the sound of the thing sniffing the air, the wet, slapping sound of its bare feet on the floorboards. The cliffhanger, the thing stops in front of the wardrobe. It doesn't open it. It just stands there and starts mimicking the narrator's heavy, panicked breathing. The setting, night. The cabin is a claustrophobic trap. The action, the narrator realizes the thing is waiting for him to fall asleep so it can replace him. He waits for the thing to wander into the kitchenette, then bolts for the real front door. The psychological beat, pure, unadulterated terror. The realization that the logic of the world has completely failed. The cliffhanger, he makes it to his truck, but when he looks in the rearview mirror, he sees the second door standing upright in the middle of the road behind him, open and waiting. The setting, a motel room in a bright, busy town 3 days later. The action, the narrator recounts his interview with the police. They found the cabin, but there was no second door, no extra forest, just a crazy guy who trashed his uncle's place. The psychological beat, permanent hypervigilance. He checks the walls of every room he enters. The unresolved ending, he's sitting in his apartment. He hears a soft click from the hallway. He looks over to see a faint, vertical seam beginning to form on his drywall. He realizes the door wasn't in the cabin. The door is following him. I didn't move for what felt like an hour, though the coffee mug in my hand had gone from steaming to lukewarm to stone cold. The rhythm of the footsteps from the other side was slow, deliberate, and horribly familiar. It was the sound of someone who knew exactly where they were going and wasn't in any particular hurry to get there. Step, step, step. The sound stopped right at the threshold of the second door. I could see the shadow now, a long, distorted blur cast against the dark ferns of that impossible forest. It didn't cross the line where the cedar floorboards met the black soil. It just stood there, just out of sight, breathing. It wasn't the ragged, monstrous breathing of a cinematic beast. It was steady, controlled. It sounded like a man standing at a bus stop. I slowly set the coffee mug down on the laminate table. The ceramic clinked against the surface, a tiny sound that felt like a grenade going off in the silence. The breathing on the other side hitched, then synchronized with mine. I stood up, my knees shaking so violently I had to grip the edge of the table to keep from collapsing. "Who's there?" I called out. My voice was a dry croak. No answer, only the smell, that cloying, heavy scent of wet earth thickened, pouring into the cabin like a physical weight. I backed away, my eyes locked on the open door. I didn't stop until my shoulder blades hit the front door of the cabin, the real door, the one that led to the Washington woods and my truck and the world that made sense. I reached behind me, fumbling for the deadbolt, my fingers slick with cold sweat. I threw the bolt and wrenched the handle. I burst out onto the porch, the morning air hitting my face like a slap. It was crisp and smelled of pine, real pine, not the rot from the other side. The sun was higher now, casting long, golden fingers through the trees. I scrambled down the porch steps, my boots skidding in the mud, and ran toward the back of the cabin. I had to see it. I had to see the back of the building. I rounded the corner, my chest heaving. I stopped so fast I nearly tripped over a protruding root. The back of the cabin was exactly as it should be. The heavy cedar logs were stacked tight, weathered and gray. The ground sloped upward sharply, a tangle of blackberry bushes and granite rocks pressing right against the foundation. There was no door. There wasn't even a gap in the logs. The rusted crosscut saw wasn't there, of course, because it was hanging on the inside, or it had been. I walked right up to the wood, pressing my palms against the rough bark of the logs. It was solid. I even kicked it, the dull thud of boot on timber vibrating up my leg. There was no way a door could be here. To open a door from the inside would be to open it directly into 6 feet of solid earth and rock. "It's a stroke," I whispered to the trees. "You're having a neurological event, Mike. Temporal lobe seizure. Carbon monoxide." The rationalization felt good. It felt like a life jacket. I clung to it as I walked back around to the front. I just needed to grab my keys, my phone, and get to the hospital in Port Angels. I'd tell them I was seeing things. They'd give me a CT scan, maybe some meds, and this would all be a weird story I told at bars. I stepped back onto the porch and entered the cabin. The second door was still open. The contrast was even more violent now. To my left, through the window, the Washington woods were bright and vibrant. To my right, through the second door, that bruised purple twilight held the gnarled, weeping trees in a death grip. And the pile of moss was on the table. I froze in the center of the room. I hadn't noticed it when I ran out. It was a small, damp mound of that pale, ghostly moss I'd seen hanging from the trees in the other forest. It sat right next to my half-eaten sleeve of saltines. It was dripping, a dark, tea-colored liquid staining the white laminate of the table. I didn't go near it. I didn't look back at the door. I lunged for the kitchen counter where I'd left my keys. My hand swiped the wood, but it came up empty. I looked down. My keys were gone. My phone, which had been charging by the stove, was gone too. Only the charging cable remained, its white tip resting on the counter like a severed nerve. I felt a surge of heat crawl up my neck, a mixture of terror and a sudden, jagged spike of anger. Someone was in here. Someone was playing a game. "Give them back," I screamed. I grabbed the heavy cast iron skillet from the stove, my knuckles white as I gripped the handle. "I don't know who you are, but I'm leaving. Just give me my keys." The silence that followed was heavy. Then, a sound came from the other side of the second door. It was a soft, wet slither, like a damp cloth being dragged over a floor. Then, the voice. "Mike." I dropped the skillet. It hit the floorboards with a deafening clang, but I barely heard it. The voice didn't come from a throat. It sounded like it was being formed by the wind or by the rubbing of branches, but the inflection was unmistakable. It was my voice, not just the pitch, but the specific way I rounded my O's, the slight rasp I get in the morning. Mike, come back inside. It's cold out there. The me on the other side of the door spoke with a calm, terrifying intimacy. I backed away, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my teeth. I didn't look back. I turned and bolted out the front door again. I didn't care about the keys. I didn't care about the phone. I had 2 miles of hiking trail between me and the gravel road, and I would run every inch of it if I had to. I hit the trail hard, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The woods were loud, birds chirping, the wind ruffling the hemlocks, but it all felt fake now. It felt like a thin veil stretched over that silent, purple world. I ran until my lungs burned, until the stitch in my side felt like a knife. I reached the halfway point, a small wooden bridge that crossed a seasonal creek. I stopped there, leaning over the railing, gasping for air. I looked down into the water, expecting to see my reflection. The water was black, and in the reflection, the trees behind me weren't hemlocks. They were the giant, weeping trees from the second door. I looked up, spinning around. The Washington forest was still there. The sun was still shining. But when I looked back into the water, the other world was staring back. I didn't stay to look further. I ran. I reached the gravel road 20 minutes later. My truck was there, sitting solitary and gray in the pull-off. I reached for my pocket, forgetting for a second that the keys were gone. I groaned, a sob breaking out of my throat, and grabbed a heavy rock from the roadside. I smashed the driver's side window, the glass showering the interior in 1,000 diamond shards. I reached in, unlocked the door, and scrambled into the seat. I ripped the plastic cowling off the steering column, my fingers bleeding from the glass. I'd seen a dozen YouTube videos on how to hotwire an old Ford like this. I just needed the right wires. I pulled the wires free, my hands shaking so hard I could barely see. I stripped the ends with my teeth, the taste of copper and plastic filling my mouth. Zbark. The engine groaned. Zbark. The engine turned over, roaring to life. I didn't even wait to clear the glass off the seat. I slammed it into gear and floored it, the tires spitting gravel as I fishtailed onto the road. I drove for 10 miles, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror, waiting to see a shape, a door, a version of myself standing in the road. But there was nothing, just the dust of the gravel road and the receding green of the mountains. I finally hit the main highway. I saw a gas station, a bright, neon-lit chevron with a convenience store and people pumping gas. I pulled in, the truck screaming as I slammed on the brakes. I sat there for a moment, the engine idling, the glass crunching under my boots. I was safe. There were people here. A teenager was washing a windshield. An old woman was walking a poodle. I looked at my face in the rearview mirror. I looked haggard, my eyes bloodshot, a smear of blood on my cheek from the broken glass. But I was me. I was Mike. I reached into the glove box to find a napkin to wipe my face. My hand hit something cold and metallic. I pulled it out. It was my keychain, the little brass carabiner, the grocery store loyalty card, the key to my apartment. And attached to the ring was a small, wet clump of pale moss. My breath hitched. I looked at the passenger seat. There, sitting perfectly centered on the fabric, was my phone. It wasn't plugged in. It was just sitting there, the screen dark. I picked it up with a trembling hand. I pressed the home button. The screen flickered to life. It didn't show my lock screen, a photo of my dog. It showed the camera app. It was a video, already recorded, waiting to be played. I didn't want to press it. Every instinct I had left told me to throw the phone out the window and keep driving until I ran out of ocean. But the sickness, that curiosity that feels like a rot, won. I pressed play. The video was grainy, shot in low light. It was the interior of my cabin. The camera was positioned exactly where the second door would be. It showed me, the real me, sleeping in the bed. I was snoring slightly, my arm draped over the side of the mattress. The camera moved. It walked toward the bed. The movement was jerky, the gait of someone who wasn't used to having legs. The me in the bed shifted but didn't wake up. A hand entered the frame. It was my hand, the same scar on the thumb from a high school shop class accident. The hand reached out and touched my hair, a gesture that was almost tender. Then the voice whispered from behind the camera. "I'll see you soon, Mike." The video ended. I looked up from the phone, my heart stopping. Across the parking lot by the air compressor, a man was standing. He was wearing a flannel shirt and jeans, the exact same outfit I was wearing. He had his back to me. He slowly began to turn. I didn't wait to see his face. I slammed the truck into gear and roared back onto the highway, the speedometer climbing to 80, 90, 100. I drove until the sun began to set, until I was 3 towns away. I found a Motel 6 on the outskirts of a small city. It was loud, positioned right next to an interstate overpass. I wanted the noise. I wanted the smell of diesel and cheap cigarettes. I wanted anything that wasn't the silence of the woods. I paid cash for the room. I didn't use my real name. The clerk didn't even look up from her phone. I entered the room and immediately did 2 things. I shoved the heavy dresser in front of the door, and I pulled the curtains shut. The room was standard. 2 queen beds with polyester floral bedspreads, a bolted-down TV, and a small desk with a Bible in the drawer. I sat on the edge of the bed, the fire poker I'd snatched from the cabin. I didn't even remember grabbing it, clutched in my lap. I felt a draft. It was faint at first, just a tickle of cold air against the back of my neck. I froze. I didn't turn around. The smell hit me next. It wasn't the smell of a motel, bleach and stale carpet. It was the smell of rotting leaves, of ancient, weeping trees. I slowly, agonizingly turned my head. The wall of the motel room was painted a dull, eggshell beige. There were 2 framed prints of lighthouses hanging there. But between the lighthouses, a vertical seam was appearing. It was a thin, dark line, as if someone had taken a razor blade to the wallpaper. Then, 5 feet to the right, another one. I watched, paralyzed, as a horizontal header began to form across the top. The door wasn't in the cabin. The cabin had just been the place where it first caught my scent. I stood up, the fire poker raised. "Get away from me," I screamed at the wall. The iron latch appeared last. It was black, weathered, and heavy. Click. The latch turned. The door didn't open yet. It just sat there, the seam glowing with a faint, bruised purple light from the other side. Then a piece of paper was slid underneath the door. I stared at it for a long time. The draft from the other side made the paper flutter against the carpet. Finally, I knelt down and picked it up. It was a Polaroid. The image was clear. It was a photo of me, right now, sitting on the edge of the motel bed with the fire poker in my lap. The perspective was from the wall, from the door. I turned the photo over. On the back, in my own handwriting, were 4 words. It is already inside. I looked up, and for the first time, I didn't look at the door. I looked at my own shadow on the motel wall. The shadow wasn't holding a fire poker. It was standing perfectly still, its arms hanging too long at its sides, its head tilted at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. And then the shadow's head turned to look at me. I didn't scream, I couldn't. All the air had left my lungs. I looked back at the second door. It was swinging open now. It didn't lead to the forest anymore. It led into this room. I was looking at the back of my own head. I was looking at myself, sitting on the bed, holding a Polaroid. I realized then that the door wasn't a portal. It wasn't a bridge between worlds. It was a mirror that had forgotten how to reflect. I stood up, and the figure in the doorway stood up too. We moved in perfect, terrifying unison. I took a step toward the door, and the figure took a step toward me. I reached out my hand. The figure reached out its hand. Our fingers met at the threshold. His skin wasn't skin. It felt like cold, wet moss. It felt like the bark of a tree that had never seen the sun. He smiled. It was my smile, but it went too wide, the corners of his mouth stretching toward his ears until the skin began to tear. "My turn," he whispered. He didn't pull me in. He pushed. I fell backward, but I didn't hit the motel carpet. I hit soft, damp earth. I smelled the copper in the air. I heard the absolute, crushing silence of the weeping trees. I scrambled to my feet, turning back toward the door. The motel room was right there. I could see the TV, the dresser, the flickering neon sign of the Chevron station through the gap in the curtains. And I saw him. He walked into the room. He picked up my phone. He checked his reflection in the mirror, smoothing his hair, adjusting the collar of my flannel shirt. He looked perfect. He looked more like me than I did. "Wait," I screamed, lunging for the door. He turned back. He gripped the iron latch. "Don't worry, Mike," he said, his voice now perfectly clear, perfectly human. "I'll take good care of your dog." He slammed the door. The scene vanished. The wall of the motel room was gone. I was left standing in the purple twilight, surrounded by the smell of rot and the sound of my own heart, which was the only thing in this world that still made any noise. I turned around. A few yards away, tucked into the gnarled roots of a massive tree, was a cabin. It was made of heavy cedar logs. It was a one-room square. It looked exactly like my uncle's retreat, but it was covered in pale moss, and the windows were broken like jagged teeth. I walked toward it because there was nowhere else to go. I climbed the rotting porch steps. The wood groaned under my weight. I reached for the front door, but it was locked. I walked around to the back. There in the solid cedar wall was a door, a heavy, weathered wooden door with a black iron latch. I pressed the thumb latch. Click. I pulled it open. I wasn't looking into a cabin. I was looking into a kitchen, a small laminate table with shaky legs, a mug of steaming coffee, a half-eaten sleeve of saltine crackers. And there, sitting at the table, was a man. He had his back to me. He was wearing a flannel shirt. He was holding a mug of coffee. his eyes tracing the grain of the wood on the wall. I realized what I had to do. I realized why the footsteps had sounded like mine. I stepped through the door. The floorboards were cold under my boots. Step, step, step. The man at the table froze. He didn't turn around yet. I reached out, my hand hovering just inches from his shoulder. Mike, I whispered. The cycle began again. The man at the table, the other Mike, the one who still thought the sun was his and the air belonged in his lungs, didn't move. I could see the fine hairs on the back of his neck standing up. I could see the steam rising from his coffee, a lazy, curling white ribbon that looked impossibly holy in this light. I felt a pang of something that wasn't quite pity and wasn't quite hunger. It was the ache of a ghost looking at a body it still recognized as its own clothes. Mike, I said again. My voice sounded thin, like a radio signal fading out between stations. I reached for the table, my fingers brushing the white laminate. The surface felt different now. It didn't feel like plastic. It felt like frozen skin. Everything in this real room was beginning to lose its density, becoming a suggestion of an object rather than the object itself. The mic at the table finally turned. The look on his face was a mirror of my own terror from an hour ago or a year ago. Time didn't seem to have a pulse here. He looked at me, and I saw the way his eyes tracked my face, searching for the glitch, the seam, the thing that proved I wasn't him. But he wouldn't find it. I was the original draft, crumpled and thrown into the dark, and he was the clean copy. "Who are you?" he stammered. His voice was thick with the vibration of a living throat. It made my own chest feel hollow, like an empty cello case. "I'm the one who stays," I whispered. I didn't mean to say it. The words didn't come from my mind. They bubbled up from the moss in my lungs. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, the color of a fish's belly, and the dirt under my fingernails wasn't Washington mud. It was black, oily peat that smelled of things that had never been alive. The mic at the table bolted. He knocked over his chair, a clattering, plastic sound that seemed to echo for miles in the silence of the weeping woods behind me. He ran for the front door, his boots thudding on the wood. I didn't chase him. I knew where he was going. I knew the geometry of this trap better than he did now. I simply stood in the kitchen and watched him go. I looked at the saltines on the table. I picked one up. It crumbled into gray ash the moment my fingers touched it. The coffee in the mug wasn't coffee. It was a dark, stagnant pool of rainwater reflecting a sky that didn't have a sun. I turned back to the second door. It was still open, a rectangle of bruised purple light standing in the middle of the kitchen. Through it, I could see the porch of the other cabin, the one in the forest of rot, and sitting on that porch was someone else. It was a woman. She was wearing a yellow raincoat, the color so bright it hurt my eyes. She was sitting on the top step, her back to me, brushing her hair. The motion was rhythmic, soothing. Scritch, scritch, scritch. "Hello," I called out. My voice carried across the threshold, sounding more solid as it hit the purple air. The woman didn't turn. "You're new," she said. Her voice was like dry leaves skittering across a driveway. "You still have the smell of the big light on you. It'll fade. It always does." I stepped back through the second door, returning to the world of the weeping trees. The transition was easier this time. There was no vertigo, no nausea. It felt like stepping into a warm bath that happened to be filled with shadows. I walked toward her. As I got closer, I realized the yellow raincoat wasn't plastic. It was made of thousands of tiny, yellow moth wings stitched together with spider silk. She turned her head slightly, and I saw that her eyes were gone, replaced by two smooth, polished stones of white quartz. "Where is this?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What is this place?" She laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "It's the pantry, Mike. It's where the world keeps the things it's finished with. But sometimes the door gets left unlatched. Sometimes the reflections get hungry." She stood up, and I saw that she was holding a heavy, rusted crosscut saw, the same one I had seen hanging on the wall of the cabin. She began to walk toward the edge of the clearing, toward the trees that bled gray sap. "Wait," I shouted. "The man who took my place." He went back. "He's in my truck. He's going to my home. I have to stop him." The woman stopped and looked back over her shoulder, her quartz eyes catching the dim purple glow. "He didn't take your place, Mike. He is your place. You were just the placeholder. You were the shadow that thought it was the man. Didn't you ever wonder why you felt so lonely in that big, bright world? Why you felt like you were always watching yourself from the corner of the room?" The memory hit me then, a cold, sharp spike. I remembered being 6 years old, standing in front of a mirror in my parents' hallway. I had waved at myself, and for a split second, a heartbeat of a moment, the boy in the glass hadn't waved back. He had just stared. I had spent my whole life trying to forget that look. "The door doesn't just open anywhere," the woman continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial hum. "It opens where the veil is thin, and the veil is thinnest where people are already half gone. You came to the woods to disappear, didn't you? You wanted to be alone. You wanted to be silent. Well, the woods heard you." She gestured with the saw toward the dark line of trees. "If you want him back, you have to find the master key, but I wouldn't recommend it." "The master key?" I asked. "The first door," she said, "the one that doesn't lead to a cabin or a motel or a gas station. The one that leads to the carpenter." She turned away and disappeared into the gloom, the yellow of her mothwing coat the last thing to fade. I stood alone on the porch of the rotted cabin. Behind me, through the open second door, the kitchen of the Washington cabin was still visible. I saw the Mike I had just scared away come back into the room, holding a heavy iron skillet. He was weeping, his face contorted in a mask of pure primal fear. He looked at the door at me, and I saw him reach for the handle. "No," I screamed, but there was no sound. He slammed the door shut. The rectangle of light vanished. I was standing in the dark. But I wasn't alone. I heard the wet slither again. It was coming from underneath the porch. Slide, drip, slide. "Mike." The voice came from directly beneath my feet. It was my voice, but distorted, as if it were being played through a broken speaker submerged in water. "Mike, do you want to see what's under the floorboards?" I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I jumped off the porch and began to run. I didn't have a direction. I just ran away from the cabin, away from the voice that wore my name like a stolen coat. The forest was a labyrinth of impossible geometry. I would run straight for 5 minutes, only to find myself passing the same twisted, weeping tree with a knot that looked like a screaming mouth. The ground was spongy, giving way under my boots with a sound like wet velvet. I ran until I reached a clearing I hadn't seen before. In the center of the clearing was a heap of discarded things. It looked like a junkyard of memories. There were thousands of keys, rusted and bent. There were cracked cell phones, piles of wet clothes, and hundreds of Polaroids, all of them turned face down in the mud. I knelt and turned one over. It wasn't me. It was a young woman, laughing, holding a birthday cake. The date on the bottom was 1974. I turned another, a man in a military uniform, 1942. I turned another. It was the woman in the yellow raincoat. She was standing in a garden, her eyes bright and blue, full of life. She looked happy. I realized then that this wasn't just my nightmare. This was a graveyard of identities. The second door had been opening for a long, long time. Looking for something. I spun around. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin, and wrapped in a shroud of gray moss. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, featureless surface where a face should be, but in its hand it held a ring of keys. My keys. The brass carabiner, the grocery store card, the key to my apartment. The figure held them up, the metal jingling with a sound that felt like a physical blow to my ears. You want to go back, the figure said. It didn't have a mouth, but the words formed directly in my brain, cold and heavy as lead. You want to return to the world of the big light, to the dog, to the apartment, to the life that was never quite yours. Give them to me, I said, my voice cracking. The price is simple, Mike. A trade, a reflection for a reflection. The figure stepped forward, and the moss shroud fell away. Underneath, it wasn't a monster. It was a door. A freestanding door made of heavy cedar with a black iron latch. It stood in the middle of the clearing, supported by nothing. Open it, the figure whispered, and you can walk back into your life. You can be the one at the table. You can be the one in the truck. I walked toward the door. My hand trembled as I reached for the latch. I could feel the warmth of the Washington sun radiating through the wood. I could smell the pine needles. I could hear the distant sound of a hawk circling over the mountains. I gripped the latch. Click. The door swung open. I wasn't looking at the cabin. I wasn't looking at the motel. I was looking at a hospital room. I saw myself, the real Mike, or at least the body that belonged to me, lying in a bed. There were tubes in my arms, a ventilator hissing as it forced air into my lungs. A monitor was beeping a steady, rhythmic pulse. Sitting in the chair next to the bed was a woman, my mother. She looked older than I remembered. Her hair was white and her eyes were red from crying. She was holding my hand, her thumb tracing the scar on my thumb, the shop class accident. Please, Mike, she whispered. Please come back. I stared at the scene, my heart breaking in a way I didn't think was possible anymore. This is the moment, the figure said, standing behind me. The moment the veil tore, the accident on the highway, the truck flipping in the rain. You didn't go to the cabin, Mike. You never made it. Your mind built the cabin to give you a place to hide while your body decided whether to stay or go. I looked at the man in the bed. He looked so small, so fragile. If I go through, I go back to that, I asked, gesturing to the tubes and the machines. You go back to the pain, to the recovery, to the life that is hard and loud and bright, or the figure pointed back toward the forest of weeping trees. You stay here, in the quiet, in the purple twilight where nothing hurts and nothing ends. I looked at my mother. I looked at the way she gripped my hand, as if she could pull me back through the sheer force of her love. Then I looked at the shadow standing in the corner of the hospital room. It was the other Mike, the one from the cabin, the one with the wide, tearing smile. He was watching her. He was waiting for her to look away so he could take the seat. I realized then that the me who had taken my truck wasn't just a monster. He was the part of me that wanted to give up. the part of me that wanted to be a perfect, painless reflection instead of a broken, hurting man. I didn't reach for the keys, I reached for the doorframe. I'm not finished, I whispered. I stepped through the door. The sensation was like being hit by a freight train. The purple twilight exploded into 1,000 shards of white light. The smell of rot was replaced by the stinging scent of antiseptic and floor wax. The silence was shattered by the roar of the ventilator. I felt the weight of my body return, a crushing, agonizing weight. My chest burned. My head throbbed with a rhythmic, pulsing heat. I opened my eyes. The hospital room was blurry, the colors oversaturated. My mother was there, her face inches from mine. She gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Mike, she breathed. Mike, can you hear me? I couldn't speak. The tube in my throat made sure of that, but I squeezed her hand. She began to cry real, messy, human tears. She ran out into the hallway, calling for the nurses. I lay there, the machines beeping around me, the light of the afternoon sun streaming through the window. It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Then I looked at the wall opposite my bed. The hospital was old, the wallpaper a pale, faded green. There were 2 framed prints of flowers hanging there. Between the prints, a thin, dark line appeared. A vertical seam, as if someone had taken a razor blade to the paper. I watched, my breath catching in the ventilator, as a horizontal header began to form across the top. And then the black iron latch appeared. Click. The latch turned and the door opened just an inch. A small, wet clump of pale moss fell onto the linoleum floor. From the darkness of the crack, my own voice whispered, soft and intimate, directly into my ear. Welcome back, Mike. We'll be seeing you soon. The door didn't close. It stayed there, a sliver of purple twilight in the corner of my eye, waiting for the next time I closed my eyes. I gripped my mother's hand as she came back into the room with the doctor. I gripped it so hard my knuckles turned white. I was back, but I knew now that I had brought the second door with me. And I knew that one day, when the light got too bright or the pain got too heavy, I would be the one sliding the Polaroid under the door. I looked at my reflection in the darkened screen of the heart monitor. The reflection didn't blink when I did. It just smiled. The heart monitor's electronic chirp was no longer a comfort. It was a countdown. Every beat felt like a hammer striking a nail, driving me deeper into a reality that felt increasingly like a thin veneer of paint over a rotting wall. My mother was talking, her voice a frantic, joyous warble as she clutched my hand, but her words were beginning to lose their edges. They sounded like the wind through the weeping trees, a dry, hushed whistling that carried the scent of stagnant water and old moss. I tried to focus on the hospital room. I tried to anchor myself to the smell of bleach and the sight of the fluorescent lights, but the seam in the wallpaper was growing. It wasn't just a crack anymore, it was a wound. The shadow behind it was a deep, bruised violet, the color of a sunset that refused to end. The doctor approached, his face a blur of professional concern and clinical triumph. He shone a light into my eyes, and for a second, the big light he brought with him blinded me. But when I blinked, I didn't see the white-walled room. I saw the clearing. I saw the heap of discarded memories and the figure wrapped in moss. He's responsive, the doctor said, his voice echoing as if he were speaking from the bottom of a well. It's a miracle, Mrs. Miller. The trauma to the frontal lobe was extensive, but he's fighting. Fighting, I thought. The word felt heavy, like a stone in my mouth. I wasn't fighting to stay. I was fighting to keep the door from swinging wide. I could feel the cold draft from the other side hitting my ankles. It wasn't the air-conditioned chill of a modern hospital. It was the damp, heavy cold of a cellar. My mother leaned in close, her eyes wet and shining. "You're safe now, Mike. You're home." I wanted to tell her. I wanted to scream that I wasn't home, that the home she knew was currently occupied by a version of me that didn't need to breathe. I wanted to tell her that the man she was holding was just a hollow shell, a placeholder for the thing that had followed me back through the latch. But the ventilator hissed, a rhythmic, mechanical sigh that drowned out my intent. Hiss, click, hiss. The rhythm changed. Step, step, step. The sound wasn't coming from the hallway, it was coming from the wall. The seam in the wallpaper didn't just open, it exhaled. A puff of gray fungal spores drifted into the sterile air, settling on the white sheets of my bed. My mother didn't see them. The doctor didn't notice the way the light in the room was beginning to dim, turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The door in the wall swung open another inch. I saw a hand. It was my hand, the same pale, fish-belly skin, the same black peat under the fingernails. It gripped the edge of the door frame, the frame that shouldn't have existed in a room made of drywall and steel. The fingers were long, the joints knobby and distorted, as if the bones had been broken and reset by someone who didn't understand human anatomy. The other Mike lined his face into the gap. He didn't have the face of a man anymore. The features were there, but they were melting, sliding toward the floor like wax. His eyes were wide and fixed, the pupils blown out until there was no iris left, just two bottomless pits of violet dark. He looked at my mother, and his mouth stretched into that impossible, tearing smile. "She smells like cookies," he whispered. The voice didn't come from his throat, it came from the heart monitor. The electronic beep stuttered, forming the words in a jagged digital pulse. "She smells like Sunday mornings. Can I have her, Mike? Can I have the Sundays?" I tried to pull my hand away from my mother's, but my muscles were unresponsive, bogged down by the weight of the real world. I was a prisoner in my own skin, watching as the thing from the second door prepared to claim the only thing I had left. "Get out," I thought, the words a silent roar in the back of my skull. "Get out of here." The entity in the doorway laughed. It was the sound of the crosscut saw on the porch, scritch, scritch, scritch. He stepped out of the wall. He didn't walk so much as he unfolded. He was taller than he should have been, his flannel shirt tattered and stained with the gray sap of the weeping trees. As he moved, the hospital room began to dissolve around him. The floor tiles turned to spongy moss. The plastic chairs warped into gnarled roots. The IV stand became a skeletal branch, the clear fluid in the bag darkening into the stagnant rainwater I had seen in the kitchen mug. My mother didn't scream. She didn't even move. She was frozen in time, a statue of grief and relief, her thumb still tracing the scar on my hand. To her, the world was still bright and safe. She couldn't see the rot. She couldn't see the man with the violet eyes standing directly behind her, his long, pale fingers hovering just inches from her hair. "The carpenter says you're a thief," the other Mike whispered. He leaned over her shoulder, his face inches from hers. He inhaled deeply, his nostrils flaring. "You took something that belongs to the quiet. You took a soul that was already signed for." He reached out and touched her. Where his finger met her skin, a small black circle of rot appeared. It spread like ink in water, turning her vibrant, living flesh into the gray, papery substance of a moth's wing. The monitor flat-lined. The sound was a single, continuous shriek that tore through the room, shattering the windows. The glass didn't fall to the floor. It hung in the air, jagged teeth waiting to bite. I found the strength then. It wasn't the strength of a living man. It was the desperation of the thing that had run through the woods. I threw myself sideways, falling out of the bed, tearing the IV lines from my arms. I hit the floor, not the linoleum, but the cold, wet earth of the cabin's foundation. The hospital was gone. I was back in the kitchen. The laminate table was there, the coffee mug still steaming, but my mother was there too. She was sitting in the chair where the man had been, her face a mask of confusion. She looked down at her hand, the hand that was turning to gray ash. "Mike," she asked, her voice like crumbling leaves, "why is it so dark?" "Mom, look at me." I scrambled toward her, but the floorboards began to rise, acting like a tide. "Don't look at the door. Don't look at the forest." But she wasn't looking at me. She was looking past me at the second door. The woman in the yellow mothwing coat was standing there. She held the crosscut saw, the blade gleaming with a dull purple light. She smiled, and her quartz eyes seemed to pulse with a hidden life. "A trade," she reminded me, "a reflection for a reflection." The other Mike stepped out from behind my mother. He looked solid now. He looked healthy. His skin had color, his eyes were clear and blue, and he smelled of pine and expensive coffee. He looked like the version of me I had always wanted to be, the version that wasn't lonely, the version that didn't feel like a ghost in his own life. He walked toward the front door of the cabin, the one that led back to the world of the big lights. "Wait," I lunged for him, but my hands passed through his body as if he were made of smoke. He paused at the threshold. He looked back at me, and for the first time there was no malice in his expression. There was only a profound, terrifying pity. "You wanted to disappear, Mike," he said. His voice was perfect. It was the voice my mother deserved to hear. "You spent 30 years trying to find a way out of your own skin. I'm just the one who finally found the door." He stepped out onto the porch. I saw the Washington forest, the real one. I saw my truck parked in the driveway, the keys in the ignition. I saw the sun hitting the hood, the light so bright it felt like a physical weight. He closed the door. The sound of the latch clicking shut was the finality of a coffin lid. I turned back to the kitchen. My mother was gone. In her place was a pile of yellow moth wings, fluttering weakly in the draft from the second door. The woman in the yellow coat stepped into the room. She picked up one of the wings and tucked it into a pocket of her coat. "She's part of the collection now," the woman said softly. "The things the world is finished with. Don't worry, she won't be lonely. There are so many mothers here." I fell to my knees. The weight of the silence was absolute. The heart monitor, the ventilator, the doctor's voice, they were all gone, relegated to a dream I had once had about being a man named Mike. "What now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The woman gestured toward the second door, which remained open, leading back out into the woods of rot. "Now you work," she said. "The carpenter needs more wood for the frames. The veil is thick in some places, and it takes a lot of sawing to get through." She handed me the crosscut saw. The handle was cold. It felt familiar. It felt right. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer pale. They were turning the color of the trees, a deep, mottled gray, the skin beginning to crack and leak a thick, translucent sap. I felt the moss beginning to grow in my throat, a soft green carpet that muffled the urge to scream. I walked to the second door and stepped through. The woods were waiting. They were always waiting. I walked until I found a tree that looked like a man. I placed the blade of the saw against the trunk. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound echoed through the purple twilight, a rhythmic, soothing pulse. I didn't think about the truck. I didn't think about the hospital. I didn't think about the man who was currently driving my life back to a city I no longer remembered. I just sawed. After a while, it could have been an hour, it could have been a decade, I heard a sound. Step, step, step. I stopped sawing and looked toward the edge of the clearing. A man was standing there. He was wearing a flannel shirt. He looked tired. He looked like he had been driving for a long time, looking for a place to be alone. He saw the cabin. He saw the rotting porch and the windows like jagged teeth. He walked toward it because there was nowhere else to go. I felt a pang of something that wasn't quite pity and wasn't quite hunger. It was the ache of a ghost looking at a body it still recognized as its own clothes. I dropped the saw and moved toward the back of the cabin. I knew the geometry of this trap. I knew where the latch was. I waited in the kitchen. I sat at the laminate table. I picked up the mug of stagnant rainwater and held it, letting the steam, which was really just the breath of the forest, curl around my face. I heard the thumb latch click. The door pulled open. The man stepped inside. He smelled of the big light. He smelled of exhaust and fast food and hope. It was a disgusting, intoxicating smell. He saw me sitting there. He saw my back. Hello, he whispered. I didn't turn around yet. I wanted to savor the moment. I wanted to feel the vibration of his living throat one last time before I took it. I reached out, my hand hovering just inches from the table. Mike, he whispered. I turned. I didn't show him the tearing smile. Not yet. I showed him the face he expected to see. I showed him the reflection he had been running from his entire life. I've been waiting for you, I said. And as he backed away, his eyes wide with the realization of the glitch, the seam, the thing that proved I wasn't him, I felt the second door behind me begin to swing. Somewhere far away, in a world of hospitals and sunlight, a heart monitor began to beep. But here, in the cabin with the second door, the only sound was the latch. Click. The man, the new Mike, the one who still bled red and thought his memories were his own, stumbled back against the kitchen counter. His hip hit the edge of the laminate with a dull thud that should have bruised, but in this space, injury was just a suggestion. He looked at me, and I saw the frantic, mechanical shuttering of his pupils as he tried to reconcile my face with the one he'd seen in his rearview mirror that morning. You're me, he stammered. His voice was thin, a reed vibrating in a gale, but you're not your skin, it looks like. Bark, I suggested. I stood up slowly. The chair didn't scrape against the floor. It merged with it, the wooden legs sinking into the encroaching moss like teeth into gums. It's a natural progression, Mike. You spend enough time in the shadow of the weeping trees, and you start to realize that skin was always just a temporary boundary, a fence that was never meant to hold. He looked toward the front door, the one he'd just come through, but the door wasn't there anymore. In its place was a solid expanse of rough-hewn timber, the knots in the wood shifting like unblinking eyes. The cabin was folding in on itself, the geometry of the rooms twisting to ensure there was only one direction left to go. "Where is the way out?" he gasped, his hands clawing at the wood. I saw the cabin from the road. I thought I could rest. I just wanted to sleep for an hour." "You did sleep," I said, stepping closer. I could smell the terror on him now. It smelled like ozone and hot copper. It was the most delicious thing I had encountered since the woman in the yellow coat had stripped the humanity from my bones. "You slept for 30 years, Mike. You slept through your graduation, your first job, the night you realized you didn't love anyone enough to stay. You were a passenger in your own life, staring out the window at the woods, waiting for an invitation. Well, here it is." I pointed to the second door. It stood slightly ajar, a vertical sliver of violet light cutting through the dim, stagnant air of the kitchen. The smell of wet earth and ancient rot wafted through the gap, thick enough to taste. "No," he whispered. He backed away from the door, tripping over the pile of moth wings that had once been our mother. He didn't recognize them. To him, they were just debris, the discarded husks of a nightmare he wasn't ready to own. "I'm going back. I have a life. I have a truck. I have a mother in the hospital." I laughed. It was a dry, rattling sound, like wind blowing through a ribcage. "The version of you in the truck is already halfway to Seattle. He's listening to the radio. He's thinking about getting a burger. He's going to walk into that hospital room, kiss our mother on the forehead, and tell her everything is going to be okay. And the best part, he'll believe it. He's a perfect reflection. He doesn't have the cracks you have. He doesn't have the hunger." The new Mike looked at his hands. They were shaking. "I'm real. I feel my heart beating." "That's just the clock ticking down," I said. I reached out and touched his shoulder. My fingers felt like cold, wet stone. "Do you want to know what happens if you stay here in the middle? You become the furniture. You become the floorboards. You become the silence that the next Mike hears when he walks through that door." Or I leaned in, my face inches from his. "You can go through the second door. You can see what's on the other side of the reflection. You can meet the carpenter." He looked at the violet light. I could see the pull of it in his eyes, the same gravity that had dragged me across the threshold. It was the promise of an end to the noise, an end to the crushing weight of being a person who never quite fit the shape of the world. "Is she there?" he asked, his voice breaking. "Mom." Parts of her, I lied, or maybe it wasn't a lie. In the forest of weeping trees, everything was a part of everything else. She's waiting for the collection to be finished. He took a step toward the door, then another. He was like a moth drawn to a flame that burned with cold instead of heat. As he reached for the iron latch, I felt a surge of something, not guilt, but a final, flickering spark of the man I used to be. I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to tell him to beat his fists against the walls until they bled, to scream until his lungs gave out, to do anything but surrender to the quiet. But the moss in my throat was too thick. The transformation was nearly complete. He gripped the latch, click. The door swung wide, and the violet light swallowed him whole. He didn't even scream. He just vanished into the haze, his silhouette blurring until he was just another shadow among the trees. I was alone in the kitchen. The cabin groaned around me, the wood settling as if it had just finished a heavy meal. The violet light faded, replaced by the dull gray twilight that served as the sun in this place. I looked down at the pile of moth wings. They were still, no longer fluttering. The trade had been made, a new soul for the forest and a new ghost for the cabin. I walked to the window and looked out. The man who was me, the perfect Mike, was standing by the truck in the driveway. He looked back at the cabin one last time. He didn't see the rot. He didn't see the eyes in the wood. He just saw an old, abandoned shack that he'd used for a quick nap. He He climbed into the cab, started the engine, and drove away. The sound of the gravel crunching under the tires was the last real sound I would ever hear. I turned away from the window and picked up the crosscut saw. The woman in the yellow coat was standing by the second door. She didn't say anything. She just pointed toward the woods. I walked out onto the back porch. The air was heavy with the scent of the weeping trees. I could hear the other workers now, the soft, rhythmic scritch of a dozen saws echoing through the fog. We were all builders here. We were all architects of the collapse. I found my tree. It was tall and twisted, its branches drooping like the hair of a drowned woman. I knelt at its base and set the blade against the bark. As I began to saw, I felt the connection to the world of the big light sever completely. I didn't remember the name of the street I grew up on. I didn't remember the color of my mother's eyes before they turned to ash. I only knew the rhythm, the push and the pull, the harvest of the wood that would become the frames for 1,000 more doors. The hours bled into days, though time had no meaning here. The sky remained a constant, bruised purple. Occasionally, I would see the woman in the yellow coat walking through the trees, her pockets heavy with the wings of things that had tried to fly away. Sometimes I would see the carpenter, a towering, formless shape that moved through the deepest parts of the forest, carrying a hammer made of bone. Every time a new door was built, the forest grew. Every time a reflection was swapped, the world of the big light grew a little thinner, a little more fragile. I was halfway through a particularly thick trunk when I heard it. Step, step, step. I didn't stop sawing. I knew the sound. A woman appeared at the edge of my clearing. She was wearing a nurse's uniform, stained with coffee and sweat. She looked exhausted. She was holding a clipboard as if it were a shield. "Hello," she called out. Her voice was a spark in the dark. "Is anyone there? I think I took a wrong turn at the fork. I was trying to find the highway." I stopped the saw. I stood up, my joints creaking like old floorboards. I turned to face her, but I kept my head down, letting the shadow of my mossy brow hide the ruin of my face. "You're not on the highway," I said. My voice was the sound of grinding stones. She flinched, her grip tightening on the clipboard. I see that. This place. It's not on the map. I was just at the hospital. I worked a double shift. I just wanted to go home." "Home is a long way from here," I said. I stepped out from behind the tree. She saw me then. She saw the gray skin, the tattered flannel that had become part of my chest, the violet pits where my eyes used to be. She didn't scream at first. She just froze, her breath hitching in a way that reminded me of a bird trapped in a shoebox. "What are you?" she whispered. "I'm the one who stays," I said. I felt the hunger waking up, not a hunger for meat, but a hunger for the light she was carrying. The light of a world where people still worked double shifts and drank coffee and worried about the highway. I'm the reflection that didn't take. I looked toward the cabin, which was visible through the thinning trees. The second door was standing wide open, a beacon of violet light in the gray. "There's a phone in the cabin," I lied. The words felt oily on my tongue. "You can call for help there." She looked at me, then at the cabin. She was terrified, but she was also desperate. And desperation is the only currency the second door accepts. "The cabin," she asked, "is it safe?" "It's as safe as anything else in this forest," I said. She began to walk. She walked past me, her uniform brushing against my bark-like arm. I felt a jolt of heat from the contact, a ghost of a sensation that made me want to howl, but I remained still. I was a part of the machinery now. I watched her reach the porch. I watched her hand go to the iron latch. Click. Well, she stepped inside. I picked up my saw and returned to the tree. Scratch and scratch and scratch. A few moments later, the front door of the cabin opened. A woman stepped out. She was wearing a nurse's uniform, crisp and clean. She looked refreshed, as if she'd just woken up from the best sleep of her life. She looked at the clipboard in her hand, smiled, and began to walk toward the road where her car was waiting. She didn't look back. She didn't see the forest. She didn't see me. She was perfect. I watched her drive away, the sound of her engine fading into the perpetual silence of the weeping trees. I felt a presence behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know it was the woman in the yellow coat. A good trade, she murmured. The carpenter is pleased. The walls are getting thinner, Mike. Soon we won't even need the doors. The two worlds will just bleed into one. And then what? I asked, my voice barely audible over the sound of the other saws. Then the big light goes out, she said. She reached out and touched the trunk of the tree I was cutting. The wood groaned under her hand, and the quiet begins for everyone. I looked up at the violet sky. I thought about the man who was me, living my life in Seattle. I thought about the nurse who was currently checking heart monitors in a hospital that was slowly being replaced by moss. I thought about my mother, fluttering in the pocket of a yellow coat. I realized then that the second door wasn't just a trap, it was an infection, and I was one of its many carriers. I set the saw against the wood again. I had a job to do. The carpenter needed more frames. The world was still too full of light, and there were so many people out there, driving down lonely highways, looking for a place to rest. I pulled the saw back. I pushed it forward. Scratch and scratch and scratch. Somewhere in the distance, a latch clicked. Welcome back, I whispered to the empty air. We'll be seeing you soon. The forest breathed in, a cold, damp lungful of shadow. I breathed out, a puff of gray spores that drifted away to find a new home. The work continued, the quiet deepened, and in the corner of every room in the world of the big light, a thin, dark seam began to grow. The woman in the yellow coat did not leave. She leaned against the trunk of the tree I was killing, her presence a heavy, oily weight that seemed to dampen the very air. She reached into her pocket, the one that pulsed with the trapped franticness of 1,000 wings, and pulled out a small, jagged whetstone. It was the color of a bruised lung. Without a word, she reached out and took the saw from my wooden fingers. The metal shrieked as she ran the stone along the teeth. It wasn't the sound of maintenance. It was the sound of a sharpening appetite. The nurse was a good harvest, she said, her voice like dry leaves skittering over a headstone. Precision, care. The carpenter likes the ones who have spent their lives mending things. Their wood is supple. It bends without snapping. It makes for excellent molding around the transoms. I looked at my hands. The gray was darkening into a charcoal soot, and the cracks in my knuckles had begun to sprout tiny, translucent mushrooms that shimmered with a sickly bioluminescence. I wasn't just becoming the forest, I was becoming its history. I could feel the rings of my life tightening around my spine, each one a year of mistakes, of missed exits, of the quiet desperation that had led me to that first gravel turnout. Why me? I asked. The moss in my throat made the words come out in a wet, muffled thud. Why was I the one to find the door? She stopped sharpening and looked at me. Her eyes were not eyes at all, but two deep, swirling whirlpools of violet ink. You didn't find the door, Michael. You built it. Every time you looked at your reflection and didn't recognize the man staring back, you hammered a nail. Every time you wished you could just stop, just for a second, just to catch your breath from the crushing weight of being you saw at a plank. The cabin isn't a place, it's a consensus. We just provide the architecture for your exhaustion. She handed the saw back. The handle was no longer cold. It was searingly hot, a brand that fused with the calluses of my palms. Go to the clearing by the creek, she commanded. There is a man there. He isn't like the others. He didn't come here by accident. He's been looking for us. He's been carrying a map drawn in his own blood for 3 years. I turned away from her, my legs moving with the stiff, rhythmic gait of a pendulum. The woods shifted to accommodate my path. The trees stepped aside, their roots uncoiling like sleeping snakes to let me pass. The creek wasn't water. It was a slow-moving sludge of melted memories, thick and gray, carrying the debris of lives that had been discarded. I saw a child's shoe, a wedding ring, and a set of car keys floating in the silt. The man was sitting on a stump. He didn't look tired, and he didn't look afraid. He looked hollow. He was wearing a suit that had once been expensive, but was now frayed at the cuffs and stained with the salt of 1,000 tears. In his lap sat a heavy iron box, locked with a chain that seemed to grow directly out of his wrists. He looked up as I approached. He didn't flinch at my face. He didn't recoil from the saw. "You're late," he said. His voice was steady, devoid of the frantic vibration that usually signaled a fresh soul. "I've been sitting here since the sun went out." "There is no sun here," I told him. "I know," he replied. He stood up, the chains rattling against the iron box. "I'm not here for a trade, Michael. I know who you are. I know the man in the truck. I'm the one who sold him the insurance policy 3 years ago. I'm the one who told him his life was worth more dead than alive." A flicker of a memory sparked in the back of my mind. A sterile office, the smell of cheap cologne, the scratching of a pen on a document that promised security. The man's face shifted, becoming younger, sharper, then melting back into the haggard mask of the present. "I don't want a reflection," the man said, stepping toward me. The creek hissed as his shadow touched the surface. "I want the carpenter. I have something he needs." He held up the iron box. The chains tightened, biting into his skin, but no blood flowed. Instead, a faint, rhythmic thumping came from inside the metal. Lub-dub, lub-dub. "It's a heart," I whispered, the moss in my throat vibrating. "It's a regret," he corrected, "the heaviest one in the world. It's the weight that keeps the veil from lifting. If the carpenter takes this, the cabin will grow. It will grow until it swallows the city. It will grow until there are no more roads left to drive on." I felt a surge of cold terror. I wasn't supposed to feel that anymore. I was supposed to be a tool, a silent laborer in the service of the rot. But the sound of that heart, that rhythmic, human pulse, was like a scream in a library. It was a reminder of the heat, the mess, and the beautiful, chaotic light of the world I had left behind. "The second door is that way," I said, pointing the saw toward the cabin. "I'm not going through the door," the man said. He looked at the saw in my hand. "I want you to use that. Cut the chains, not the box, the chains." I looked at the iron links. They weren't made of metal. They were made of the same substance as the woman's whetstone, hardened grief, polished to a razor edge. "If I cut them, you'll die," I said. "I've been dead since I signed that first paper," he said. "The man you sent back to the city. The perfect Mike. He's going to need a reason to stay. If I give the carpenter this, the perfect Mike will never have to feel the weight. He can just be a beautiful, empty vessel." I raised the saw. The teeth glinted with the violet light of the sky. I felt the woman in the yellow coat watching from the shadows of the weeping trees. I felt the carpenter's presence, a vast, looming pressure at the edge of the clearing, waiting for the harvest. I placed the blade against the chain. As grudge. The sound was different this time. It wasn't the soothing pulse of wood. It was a high-pitched, agonizing shriek of metal on metal. The man gasped, his body jerking as if I were sawing through his very marrow. As grudge. With every stroke, the forest seemed to lean in closer. The trees groaned, their branches reaching down to touch the man's shoulders. The creek began to bubble, the gray silt churning with the faces of the people the man had cheated, the lives he had ensured and then abandoned. Faster, he wheezed. The carpenter is coming. He doesn't want the box opened. He wants it whole. I sawed harder. The heat from the blade was blistering my wooden fingers, the sap leaking from my skin beginning to smoke. I didn't care. I wanted the sound to stop. I wanted the pulse in the box to go silent. The first chain snapped with a sound like a gunshot. The man fell to his knees, his breath coming in ragged, wet gulps. One side of the box tilted, the iron lid creaking open just a fraction of an inch. A sliver of pure, blinding white light escaped. The big light, the real light. It cut through the violet gloom like a cauterizing iron. The woman in the yellow coat screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It was the screech of 1,000 birds being crushed at once. She lunged forward, her hand reaching for the box, but the light was too much. It scorched her sleeve, turning the yellow fabric to black ash. "Finish it," the man roared. I brought the saw down on the second chain with everything I had. My arms felt like they were splintering, the wood of my bones cracking under the strain. The saw bit deep into the iron, the teeth shattering one by one until there was only a jagged, broken edge left. The second chain broke. The box fell open. There was no heart inside. There was only a mirror. But it wasn't a mirror that showed a reflection. It was a window. I looked into it and saw the hospital. I saw the room where my mother lay. I saw the perfect Mike sitting in the chair by her bed. He was holding her hand. He was crying. He wasn't empty. He wasn't a vessel. He was feeling the weight. He was feeling the grief. He was breaking, just like a real person breaks. "The carpenter can't use a broken thing," the man on the ground whispered. His body was fading, turning into a fine, gray mist that the wind began to carry away. He only wants the perfect ones, the ones who don't feel the seams. The light from the box began to expand, eating away at the clearing, dissolving the weeping trees, turning the gray creek back into water. The cabin on the hill shuddered, its jagged windows cracking, its front door, the first door, flying off its hinges. I felt the moss in my throat begin to dry up. I felt the charcoal skin on my hands start to itch, the gray peeling away to reveal raw, pink flesh underneath. But the second door remained. It stood in the center of the clearing, a lone, vertical rectangle of violet shadow that refused to yield to the light. The woman in the yellow coat stood before it. Her face was half burned, the violet ink of her eyes leaking down her cheeks like tears. She wasn't angry anymore. She looked tired. She looked like a mother watching her child walk toward a cliff. "You've ruined the harvest, Michael," she said. Her voice was weak, a fading echo, but the carpenter is patient. There are always more roads. There are always more tired men. She stepped back, merging with the darkness of the second door. "Wait," I shouted. My voice was my own again, cracked, human, and full of terror. "What about me? What happens to the one who stays?" She didn't answer. The door began to shrink, the violet light narrowing into a thin line, then a point, then nothing. The forest was gone. I was standing in the middle of a gravel turnout. It was night. The air was cold and smelled of pine and rain. My truck was parked a few yards away, the engine ticking as it cooled. The headlights were dim, casting long, wavering shadows across the road. I looked at my hands. They were shaking. They were covered in dirt and sap, but they were skin. I touched my throat. The moss was gone. I could breathe. I could scream if I wanted to. I walked to the truck and opened the door. The interior smelled of old coffee and the fast food I'd eaten 3 days ago. It was the most beautiful smell I had ever known. I sat in the driver's seat and looked into the rearview mirror. I saw my face. It was tired. It was older than I remembered. There was a scratch on my cheek where a branch had caught me. I reached out to touch the glass, half expecting my finger to pass through it, half expecting to see another Mike staring back. But there was only Mace. I started the engine and put the truck in gear. I didn't look at the woods as I pulled away. I didn't look for the cabin. I just drove. I drove toward the city, toward the hospital, toward the life that was waiting for me, the life that was heavy and broken and real. I drove for an hour before I noticed it. On the passenger seat, lying in the shadows, was the crosscut saw. Its blade was shattered. Its handle was stained with a thick, translucent sap that refused to dry. And as I watched, a tiny, green sprout of moss began to grow from the wood of the grip. I reached over to throw it out the window, but my hand stopped. I looked at the road ahead. The asphalt was smooth, the white lines a steady, hypnotic pulse under my tires. But then, for just a split second, the lines seemed to flicker. The road felt thin, like a piece of paper stretched over a void. I looked back at the saw. I didn't throw it away. I tucked it under the seat, out of sight. I knew then that the carpenter wasn't finished with me. I hadn't escaped the cabin. I had just become its newest door. I was the bridge between the light and the rot. I pulled into the hospital parking lot just as the sun began to rise. The big light was coming back, orange and gold and indifferent. I walked into the lobby, my boots heavy on the linoleum. I reached the door to my mother's room. I saw the other Mike inside. He was leaning over her, whispering something in her ear. He looked up and saw me through the glass of the door. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look afraid. He just nodded. He stood up and walked toward the door. I stood my ground, my heart hammering against my ribs, a real heart, a heavy heart. He reached the handle. Click. The door opened. He stepped out into the hallway, and as he passed me, he leaned in close. His breath smelled of exhaust and hope. Your turn, he whispered. He kept walking, heading toward the elevators, heading toward the truck, heading toward the long, winding road that led back to the woods. I stepped into the room. My mother looked up at me. Her eyes were clear for the first time in years. She reached out a hand, her fingers trembling. Michael, she asked. I'm here, Mom, I said. I took her hand. It was warm. It was real. But as I sat down in the chair, I felt a familiar chill. I looked at the wall behind her bed. The wallpaper was peeling just a little, and underneath, in the dark space between the lath and the plaster, I saw a sliver of violet light. I didn't close my eyes. I didn't look away. I just held her hand, and waited for the sound of the saw. The silence of the hospital room was not a true silence. It was a pressurized hum, the collective mechanical respiration of 100 machines keeping the inevitable at bay. My mother's hand felt like a bundle of dry twigs wrapped in parchment. I squeezed it, perhaps too hard, terrified that if I let go, she would dissolve into the gray spores I had breathed out in that other place. "You look like you've been walking for a long time, Mikey," she whispered. Her voice was thin, but it didn't have the rustle of the yellow coat's pockets. It was just old, just tired. "I took a detour," I said. My own voice felt heavy in my chest, a stone that hadn't quite settled. The roads were confusing. I looked at the peeling wallpaper again. The violet sliver was still there, a jagged crack in the reality of the room. It didn't belong to the hospital's flickering fluorescent hum. It belonged to the quiet. I realized then that the perfect Mike, the one who had just walked out, hadn't actually fixed anything. He had merely maintained the structural integrity of the lie until I could return to shoulder the truth. He was a placeholder made of shadow and good intentions, and now that I was back, the weight was returning to the floorboards. I felt a vibration in my pocket. I reached in, my fingers brushing against something cold and metallic that shouldn't have been there. I pulled out a small iron latch. It was rusted, pitted with the salt of the creek, and it felt unnaturally heavy. I hadn't picked this up. It had followed me, a hitchhiker from the cabin's geometry. "What's that?" my mother asked, her eyes tracking the object with a lucidity that frightened me. "Nothing, Mom, just a piece of the truck." "It looks like a tooth," she murmured, her eyelids fluttering. "A tooth from a very big mouth." She drifted off then, the sedative in her IV line reclaiming her. I sat in the plastic chair, the iron latch burning a hole in my palm. I thought about the man in the suit, the one who had sacrificed his own existence to break the chains. He had called himself a regret. If he was gone, dispersed into the gray mist, then who was currently occupying his life in the world of the big light? Was there a perfect version of him too, sitting in an insurance office right now, signing policies with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes? The thought made my stomach churn. The infection wasn't just in me. It was a systemic failure of the world's borders. We were all being replaced, piece by piece, by versions of ourselves that were easier to manage, while the real us, the jagged, hurting, heavy us, were being harvested to build the carpenter's eternal house. I stood up, my joints creaking with a sound that reminded me of the saw. I needed to move. I couldn't sit in the path of that violet light. I walked out into the hallway. The hospital felt different now. The linoleum, once a solid antiseptic white, looked translucent like frozen milk. I could see the dark shapes of pipes and wires beneath the surface, but they didn't look like plumbing. They looked like roots. They looked like the veins of the weeping trees, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic sludge. I headed for the elevators, but as I passed the nurse's station, I stopped. The nurse from my memories, the one whose wood was supple, was there. She was charting something, her pen moving with a mechanical, fluid grace. She looked up and smiled at me. It was a perfect smile. Her skin was flawless, her eyes bright and clear. "Can I help you, Mr. Walters?" she asked. I looked at her hands. They were beautiful. No calluses, no stains, no tremors. "You're new," I said, my voice trembling. "I've been here for 6 years," she replied, her tilt of the head exactly 45 degrees. "Are you feeling okay? You look a little weathered." "Where is the other one?" I asked, the one who liked to hum Amazing Grace when she changed the bags. The nurse's smile didn't falter, but her eyes stayed perfectly still. "I think you might be confused. I've always been the night late on this floor. Why don't you go down to the cafeteria and get some coffee? You've had a long night." I backed away. I knew that smile. I had seen it on the face of the Mike who had just left the room. It was the smile of a frame that had been perfectly planed. I didn't go to the cafeteria. I went to the emergency exit at the end of the hall. I pushed the bar, expecting an alarm to blare, but there was only a dull, muffled thud. I stepped out onto the concrete landing of the stairwell. The air here was colder. It smelled of damp earth and sawdust. I looked down the center of the stairwell, into the square spiral that plummeted toward the basement. It didn't end at the ground floor. The stairs continued down into a darkness that felt thick like velvet, and from that darkness I heard it. Scratch and scratch and scratch. Someone was working down there. I began to descend. I didn't want to, but my legs were moving with that same pendulum gait. Every step I took felt like I was sinking deeper into a bog. The walls of the stairwell were no longer concrete. They were becoming rough-hewn timber. The emergency lights flickered, their orange glow being swallowed by a creeping violet haze. I reached the bottom, or what should have been the bottom. The door-marked basement was gone. In its place was a heavy wooden door with a brass handle. It was the second door, or a version of it. I reached out and turned the handle. The room beyond was vast. It wasn't the hospital basement. It was a workshop. Hundreds of workbenches stretched out into the gloom, illuminated by hanging lanterns that burned with a cold purple flame, and at every bench a figure was working. They were all mates. There were dozens of mics. Some were tall and thin, some were stooped, some were young, some were old. Some were already half-turned to wood, their limbs stiff and bark-covered. Others were still mostly flesh, their faces contorted in agony as they forced saws through stubborn planks of bone-white timber. In the center of the room stood a figure that towered over the rest. He was draped in a heavy leather apron that seemed to be made of stitched-together shadows. His face was obscured by a hood, but I could see his hands. They were massive, gnarled things, the fingers ending in long, iron nails. The carpenter. He wasn't building furniture. He was building the hospital. I saw him take a finished frame from one of the mics and press it against the empty air. As he did, a section of the hospital hallway, a real physical place, materialized around the frame. He was weaving the two worlds together, using us as the looms. "A good trade," a voice whispered in my ear. I spun around. The woman in the yellow coat was standing behind me. Her face was still burned, the charred skin flaking off to reveal a hollow void beneath. "You brought the latch," she said, looking at my hand. "The carpenter was worried you lost it in the transition. It's the final piece for your mother's room." "I'm not helping you," I snarled, though the words felt like they were being dragged through sand. I broke the chains. I let the light in. "The light is just a different kind of tool, Michael," she said. She stepped closer, and I could smell the rot on her breath. "It hardens the glue. It makes the transition permanent. You didn't save your mother. You just made sure she'd never have to leave the room we built for her." She pointed toward the far end of the workshop. There, on a raised platform, was a replica of my mother's hospital bed, but the woman lying in it wasn't my mother. It was a wooden effigy, its chest rising and falling with a mechanical, rhythmic click. "The trade is nearly complete," the woman said. "The one upstairs is the last of the real ones on this floor. Once she's processed, the hospital will be ours, a sanctuary, a place where no one ever has to die because no one is truly alive." I looked at the iron latch in my hand. I looked at the carpenter, who was now turning his hooded head toward me. The pressure in the room was immense, a physical weight that threatened to crush my lungs. "What happens to the real ones?" I asked. "The ones you replace?" "They become the foundation," she said simply. "They become the quiet." I looked at the army of mics. They were all staring at me now. Their eyes were all violet. Their saws were all raised. "I'm not a frame," I said, my voice growing louder, vibrating with a desperate human heat. "I'm the one who drives. I'm the one who gets lost. I'm the one who feels the weight." I lunged forward, not toward the woman, but toward the carpenter. I didn't have a saw. I didn't have a weapon. I only had the iron latch. As I ran, the workshop began to warp. The floor turned back to linoleum, then to dirt, then to moss. The lanterns flickered and died. The mics vanished into the shadows, their saws echoing like 1,000 ticking clocks. The carpenter didn't move. He waited for me to reach him. As I drew close, he raised one of his massive, iron-clawed hands. The air around him shimmered with a cold, oily heat. I didn't strike at him. I struck at the frame he was holding, the one that represented my mother's room. I slammed the iron latch into the center of the wood. The sound wasn't a thud, it was a scream. The frame shattered, but it didn't break into splinters. It broke into memories. I saw my mother teaching me to ride a bike. I saw her crying at my father's funeral. I saw the day she forgot my name for the first time. The memories were jagged, painful, and bright. They were full of the very light the carpenter couldn't touch. The carpenter recoiled, his hooded head snapping back. The leather apron hissed as the memories burned through the shadows. "You can't build with this," I shouted. "It's too heavy, it's too real." I grabbed another frame from a nearby bench, a frame for a hallway, for a waiting room, for a doctor's office. I smashed the latch into all of them. Each one erupted in a shower of chaotic, unrefined life. The workshop began to shake. The violet light was being drowned out by the messy, multicolored glare of human existence. The woman in the yellow coat screamed, her form beginning to unravel like a frayed rope. "You're destroying the quiet. You're bringing the noise back." "Good," I yelled. But then the carpenter reached out and grabbed my arm. His grip was ice. It wasn't just cold. It was the absence of all heat, all motion, all time. My arm began to turn gray instantly. The skin hardened into bark. The mushrooms began to sprout from my elbow. "Michael," he said. It was the first time he had spoken. His voice wasn't a voice. It was the sound of a forest falling in the distance. It was the sound of a house settling into the earth. It was the sound of the end. "The work is thus cure," he groaned. He didn't try to kill me. He tried to pull me into him. He wanted me to be the master carpenter, the one who would oversee the construction of the end. He wanted my grief to be the glue. I felt my consciousness beginning to slip. The hospital, the truck, the road, they were all becoming distant, like dreams I was waking up from. The violet sky was opening up above us, swallowing the ceiling of the workshop. "No," I whispered. I looked down at the iron latch. It was glowing now, heated by the friction of the breaking frames. It was no longer a latch. It was a key. I didn't use it on the carpenter. I used it on myself. I jammed the iron key into the center of my own chest, right where the weight was heaviest. The world exploded. It wasn't a blast of fire. It was a blast of everything. Every mistake I'd ever made, every road I'd ever missed, every second of exhaustion and fear. It all came pouring out of me in a tidal wave of raw, unfiltered being. The carpenter was swept away. The woman in the yellow coat was torn to shreds. The workshop dissolved into a million splinters of violet shadow. I was falling. I fell through the hospital floor. I fell through the gravel turnout. I fell through the violet sky. And then I hit the water. It was cold, it was wet, it was real. I broke the surface, gasping for air. I was in a creek, not the sludge-filled memory creek, but a real one with cold mountain water and smooth stones. The sun was up, the big light, the real light, and it was blindingly bright. I dragged myself onto the bank, my lungs burning, my skin stinging. I was covered in mud and pine needles. My clothes were torn. My arm was no longer wood, but it was bruised and raw. I looked around. I was about a mile down the road from the gravel turnout. My truck was nowhere to be seen. I stood up, my legs shaking. I felt light. I felt empty. But it wasn't the empty of the cabin. It was the empty of a vessel that had been scrubbed clean. I started to walk. I didn't walk toward the hospital. I walked toward the nearest town. I needed a phone. I needed to know if the world was still there. I found a gas station an hour later. The teenager behind the counter looked at me like I was a ghost. "You okay, man?" he asked. "You look like you fell off a mountain." "I'm fine," I said, my voice rasping. "Can I use your phone?" I dialed the hospital. My heart was thumping, a steady, rhythmic beat. "St. Jude's," the receptionist said. "I'm calling about room 412, I said. "Martha Walters." One moment, there was a pause, the sound of typing. "I'm sorry, sir. Mrs. Walters passed away early this morning." I felt the grief hit me. It was a physical blow, a crushing weight that slumped my shoulders and brought tears to my eyes. How I choked out. "She just stopped," the receptionist said, her voice softening. The nurse said she woke up for a moment, looked at the wall and smiled. She said something about the light being back, and then she was gone. I hung up the phone. I leaned against the counter and cried. I cried for my mother, for the man in the suit, for the nurse who was still trapped in the wood. I cried because the weight was back and it was beautiful. I walked out of the gas station and sat on the curb. The sun was high now, warming my skin. I looked at the road, the long, winding ribbon of asphalt that led everywhere and nowhere. And then I saw it. Parked across the street, under a weeping willow tree, was a white truck. It was my truck. The engine was idling. The driver's side door was open. I stood up and walked toward it. My heart was racing. I reached the door and looked inside. The seat was empty. The keys were in the ignition. But on the passenger seat, there was a small wooden box. It was beautifully crafted, the grain of the wood swirling like violet ink. I reached in and opened the lid. Inside was a single yellow button and a note written in a cramped, shaky hand. "The walls are still thin, Mike, and the carpenter never leaves a job unfinished." I looked up at the weeping willow. The branches were swaying in the breeze, but there was no wind. I got into the truck. I put it in gear. I didn't go home. I didn't go to the hospital. I drove back toward the mountains. I had a job to do. I wasn't a carrier anymore. I was the one who was going to tear the cabin down, plank by plank, until the quiet finally found its voice. But as I drove, I looked in the rearview mirror. My eyes were still violet, and in the corner of the mirror, the reflection of the road behind me began to turn to moss. The violet in my eyes wasn't a film or a reflection. It was a marrow-deep stain, a reminder that you cannot walk through a furnace without carrying the smell of smoke. Every time I blinked, the world stuttered. The vibrant greens of the roadside pines would flick for a microsecond into the skeletal, gray-white ribs of the carpenter's lumber, then snap back. It was like a faulty film projector, two realities fighting for the same screen. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, then gray, then back to a fleshy pink. I had to stay in the pink. I had to stay in the blood. The truck handled differently now. The steering felt heavy, as if the tires were churning through something thicker than air, a resistance of the soul. I looked at the wooden box on the passenger seat. The yellow button sat nestled in velvet the color of a bruise. It was a taunt, a physical manifestation of the choice I hadn't truly made. The carpenter didn't want me dead. He wanted me complicit. He wanted me to be the one who pressed the button, the one who finally admitted that the weight of being human was too much to carry. I drove past the gas station, past the outskirts of the town that felt like a cardboard stage set. I could see the seams now. I saw a man walking a dog, and for a split second, the dog was a clockwork thing of gears and pine knots, and the man was a hollow frame held together by nothing but habit. I screamed at the windshield, a raw, jagged sound that tore at my throat, and the image stabilized. "Not today," I whispered, the words tasting of sawdust. "Not ever." I didn't head for the cabin. Not yet. I knew the geometry of that place. It wasn't reached by following a map, but by following a descent. Instead, I drove to my father's old workshop, a corrugated metal shed on the edge of a forgotten county line. He had been a man of iron and oil, a man who despised the fickle nature of wood. "Steel doesn't lie to you, Mike," he used to say, wiping grease onto a rag that stayed black for 20 years. "It doesn't rot, it doesn't warp, and it doesn't forget its shape." I needed steel. If I was going to fight a god of splinters, I needed something that wouldn't breathe. The shed was overgrown with ivy that looked suspiciously like the weeping willow's hair, but the padlock held. I smashed it with a tire iron, the ring of metal on metal sounding like a holy bell in the oppressive quiet. Inside, the air was stagnant, smelling of rust and old dreams. I fumbled for the light switch. The overhead fluorescence flickered, buzzed, and finally caught, casting a harsh, honest glare over the drill press and the welding station. I went to the back to the heavy oak chest. Ironically, the only wood my father trusted because it was dead as a stone. I threw it open. Inside lay his old felling axe, the head forged from high-carbon steel, and a heavy-duty industrial chainsaw he'd used for clearing land. I picked up the axe. The weight was grounding. It didn't feel like the iron latch. It didn't feel like a key. It felt like a tool. I spent the next 3 hours in a fever of preparation. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I could feel the violet itch at the back of my skull, a rhythmic scritch that told me the carpenter was already rebuilding the frames I had shattered. He was fast. He was eternal. But he was a craftsman, and craftsmen have a weakness. They are obsessed with the integrity of the structure. They cannot abide a flaw. I took a gallon of gasoline from the mower shed. I took a box of road flares. And then I did something that felt like a betrayal. I took the wooden box from the truck and placed it on the metal workbench. I stared at the yellow button. It was so bright, so cheerful. It represented the perfect version of my mother, the one who would never hurt, never forget, and never leave. It represented a world where the roads were never confusing. "You're the rot," I told the button. I picked up a heavy sledgehammer and swung it with every ounce of my grief. The box didn't shatter. It groaned. The wood didn't splinter. It bled a thick, translucent sap that smelled of lilies and formaldehyde. I swung again and again. On the fourth strike, the box cracked and a sound escaped it, a high, thin whistle like air escaping a punctured lung. The violet light in the shed intensified. The shadows of the tools on the wall began to lengthen, stretching into long, thin fingers that reached for my throat. The floorboards beneath the workbench began to ripple, the concrete turning to soft, black loam. Michael, a voice sighed. It wasn't the carpenter, it was my mother. Her voice as it had been 20 years ago, clear and full of life. Michael, why are you hurting the house? It's so cold outside, honey. Just come in, close the door, the second door. My heart stuttered. The urge to drop the hammer and weep was almost a physical force, a gravity that wanted to pull me onto my knees. I looked at the cracked box. Inside the splintered wood, I could see a tiny, perfect miniature of the cabin's kitchen. There was a tiny table, tiny chairs, and a tiny figure standing by a tiny stove. It was a trap of sentiment, a lure made of the things we miss. You're not her, I growled, my voice breaking. She's gone. She passed away in a hospital that smelled like bleach, and she was tired and she was real. I struck the box one last time, crushing the miniature kitchen into dust. The voice vanished, replaced by a low, angry hum that vibrated the very marrow of my teeth. The shed groaned. The metal walls began to peel back like orange rinds, revealing the gray, misty woods of the quiet pressing in from all sides. The transition was happening again. The carpenter was tired of waiting for me to drive back. He was bringing the cabin to me. I grabbed the chainsaw and the axe. I slung the bag of flares over my shoulder. The floor of the shed was gone now, replaced by the moss-covered earth. The drill press was being swallowed by a weeping tree, its metal neck snapping like a twig. I stepped out of what remained of the shed and into the gray. The cabin was there, standing in a clearing that hadn't existed moments ago. It looked different. It was larger, sprawling, with new wings and gables that seemed to defy geometry. It was a cathedral of regret, built from the lives of everyone who had ever looked at a loved one and wished they could just keep a piece of them forever. The front door was open. The perfect Mike was standing on the porch. He was wearing my father's old flannel shirt, and his skin was so smooth it looked like polished marble. "You're late for dinner," the other Mike said. His voice was a perfect imitation of mine, but without the tremor, without the fear. "Mom made pot roast, the kind you like, the kind that doesn't have any gristle." I revved the chainsaw. The roar of the engine was a jagged, beautiful intrusion in the silence. The blue smoke of the exhaust felt like the only honest thing in the world. "I don't like pot roast," I said, stepping onto the first wooden stair. It felt like stepping on a rib cage. I always hated it, but I ate it because she made it. That's the part you don't get. The friction is the point. The other Mike's smile didn't falter, but his eyes, those violet, static eyes, widened. "Friction is heat, Michael. Heat is fire. Fire destroys the work." "Exactly," I said. I didn't go for the door. I went for the porch supports. I plunged the chainsaw into the main beam. The wood screamed, not a mechanical sound, but a chorus of muffled voices. The sap sprayed over my face, hot and sticky. It wasn't oil, it was memory. I saw a birthday party I'd forgotten. I saw the time I crashed my bike. I saw the mundane, beautiful friction of a life lived in the light. The other Mike lunged at me. He was fast, his movements fluid and inhuman. He didn't have bones, he had a core of solid heartwood. He slammed into me, and it was like being hit by a falling tree. I flew back into the dirt, the chainsaw spinning out of my hand and dying with a sputter. He stood over me, his face beginning to crack. Beneath the perfect skin, I could see the grain. "Why do you fight the peace?" he asked, and now his voice was overlapping with dozens of others. The man in the suit, the nurse, the people I hadn't met yet. "We are building a world without the confusing roads. We are building a world that stays." "A world that stays is a coffin," I spat, reaching for a road flare in my bag. I struck the flare. The brilliant, aggressive red light erupted, hollowing out the gray mist. The other mic recoiled, his wooden flesh hissing where the red light touched it. To him, the flare wasn't just fire. It was a concentrated burst of now. It was a moment that couldn't be harvested or planed down. I scrambled for the chainsaw, yanking the cord. It roared back to life. I didn't fight the other Mike. I ignored him. I ran around the side of the cabin, toward the back, toward the second door. The carpenter was there. He was standing in the garden, if you could call it that. It was a forest of limbs, human and wooden, planted in neat rows. He was pruning them with a pair of silver shears. He looked up as I approached, his hood falling back. He had no face. Where a face should have been, there was a knot in the wood, a dark, swirling void that drew the light in and never let it out. "The apprentice returns," he rumbled. "I'm not your apprentice," I said, holding the chainsaw like a shield. "I'm the wrecking crew." I threw the lit flare at his feet. The moss ignited instantly, but the fire didn't spread like normal fire. It burned blue, feeding on the stagnant energy of the place. The carpenter didn't move. He simply raised a hand, and the earth rose up to swallow the flame. "You cannot burn what is already ash," he said. "Maybe not," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs, "but I can break the mold." I turned the chainsaw toward the second door, the one that led to the basement, to the workshop, to the heart of the machine. The wood of the door was different from the rest of the cabin. It was dark, almost black, and it pulsed with a slow, heavy heartbeat. The carpenter moved then. He didn't walk, he blurred. One moment he was by the trees, the next he was towering over me, his iron-nailed hand descending like a hammer. I dived to the side, the chainsaw chewing into the doorframe. The sound was deafening. The entire cabin began to shake. From inside, I heard the screams of the 100 mics, the sound of 1,000 saws stopping at once. I felt a sharp, searing pain in my shoulder. The carpenter's shears had caught me, slicing through my jacket and into the meat of my arm. But the blood that came out wasn't sap. It was red. It was hot. I smeared the blood onto the black door. The effect was instantaneous. Where the blood touched the wood, the quiet couldn't hold. The door began to warp, to splinter, to turn back into the raw, unworked timber it had been before the carpenter claimed it. "It's not yours," I yelled, shoving the nose of the chainsaw into the crack I'd made. "The grief belongs to us. The pain belongs to us. You don't get to use it to build your sanctuary." The carpenter let out a sound that wasn't a scream, but the sound of a foundation cracking. He lunged for me, but I wasn't there. I was leaning into the saw, my eyes burning with the violet light and the red blood. The door gave way. I didn't fall into a basement. I fell into a void. For a moment there was nothing. No cabin, no carpenter, no hospital, just me and the weight. It was heavier than ever, a mountain of lead sitting on my chest. It was every "I'm sorry" I never said. It was every "I love you" that arrived too late. It was the absolute, terrifying reality of being a finite creature in an infinite universe. And I embraced it. I pulled the weight into me. I didn't try to carry it, I became it. The void shattered. I was back in the workshop, but it was failing. The lanterns were flickering out. The mics were dissolving into piles of sawdust. The carpenter was standing in the center, his form flickering like a bad television signal. He looked at me, and for the first time, I felt something from him that wasn't cold or mechanical. I felt envy. He was a creature of the perfect because he couldn't handle the real. He was a builder because he was afraid of the collapse. He was the ultimate regret, a god born from the first person who ever looked at a sunset and couldn't stand the fact that it was ending. It has to end, I told him, my voice steady now. That's why it matters. I pulled the last flare from my bag. I didn't strike it. I held it out to him. Go ahead, I said. Take a moment that doesn't last. The carpenter reached out. His iron fingers trembled. As his hand closed around the flare, I struck the igniter. The red light exploded between us. The workshop didn't burn, it evaporated. The violet sky cracked open, and for the first time the big light, the real, messy, unfiltered sun came pouring in. It wasn't gentle. It was a scouring wind, a blinding glare that stripped away the bark and the moss and the lies. I felt myself being pulled up. I wasn't falling anymore. I was rising. I saw the cabin shrink beneath me, a tiny, rotting mole on the face of a vast, beautiful, and terrifying mountain range. I saw the roads, no longer confusing, but winding and difficult and exactly where they needed to be. I saw the truck parked on the shoulder of a real highway. And then I was sitting in the driver's seat. The engine was off. The sun was setting, casting long, orange shadows over the dashboard. I was covered in sweat and grime, and my shoulder was throbbing with a dull, honest ache. I looked at the passenger seat. The wooden box was gone. In its place was a single, withered leaf from a weeping willow. I picked it up. It felt like paper. It felt like nothing. I looked in the rearview mirror. My eyes were brown, just brown, tired, bloodshot, and full of the grief of a man who had just lost his mother. I reached for the ignition, but my hand stopped. There was a tapping sound. A scratch and scratch and scratch. It wasn't coming from the woods. It wasn't coming from the carpenter. I looked down at the dashboard. A small wooden door had appeared in the plastic, right next to the speedometer. It was tiny, no bigger than a matchbox. And as I watched, the handle began to turn. The handle of the matchbox door didn't turn with the fluid grace of a well-oiled machine. It hitched and groaned, a microscopic protest of metal on plastic that sounded, in the pressurized silence of the truck's cabin, like a tectonic plate shifting. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The air in the truck had become unnaturally heavy again, but it wasn't the thick, sap-scented atmospheric pressure of the carpenter's realm. It was thinner, sharper, the smell of ozone and old, forgotten attics. The tiny door cracked open a hair's breadth. A sliver of violet light, no thicker than a sewing needle, lanced out and struck my thumb. It didn't burn, it bit. It was a cold, clinical sting that traveled straight to the bone, a reminder that the big light hadn't scoured everything clean. Some things are too porous to ever be truly empty again. I reached out, my fingers trembling, not to open it, but to crush it. I wanted to grind that tiny, impossible geometry into the dashboard until it was nothing but gray dust and broken plastic. But as my shadow fell over the miniature portal, a sound drifted out. It wasn't the roar of the chainsaw or the scream of the forest. It was the sound of a radio tuning, static, white and jagged, smoothed out into a melodic hum. It was a song my mother used to whistle when she was weeding the garden, not the perfect, haunting loop the carpenter had used to lure me, but a version that skipped. She always missed the third note of the bridge. She'd trip over it, chuckle to herself, and start over. The tiny radio inside the dashboard tripped over that third note. Michael. The voice was faint, as if it were traveling through miles of copper piping. It wasn't the voice of the perfect mother from the cabin. This voice was thinned by age, raspy from the years of cigarettes she'd hidden in the garage, and laced with a very human confusion. Michael, I can't find the light switch. It's so dark in the hallway, honey. Did the fuse blow again? I felt my throat close up. My hand, which had been poised to destroy the door, hovered uselessly in the air. This was the hook. This was the splinter that stays in the skin until the flesh festers around it. I knew rationally that the woman who spoke those words was buried 6 feet under a headstone that was already beginning to collect lichen. I knew the carpenter was a master of the lure, but the sound of that specific, flawed whistle. It was a weapon I wasn't armored against. You're dead, I whispered to the speedometer. I saw the monitor go flat. I felt your hand go cold. It's just the fuses, the voice insisted, growing slightly louder, slightly more frantic. The house is shifting, Michael. I can hear the wood stretching. It sounds like it's breathing. Come help me with the flashlight. I looked out the windshield. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the world in that bruised, indigo twilight where shapes lose their edges. The highway was empty. I was miles from the nearest town, parked on a shoulder that felt like the edge of a cliff. If I answered her, I was opening the door, not the physical one on the dash, but the one inside my head. The second door isn't always made of pine and iron latches. Sometimes it's made of the things we refuse to let go of. I can't, I said, my voice cracking. Mom, you have to go. You have to stay where you are. But it's so cold, she whimpered, and then the voice changed. The pitch dropped, the warmth evaporated, and the mechanical vibration returned. The structure requires maintenance, Michael. A house cannot stand without a foundation. The tiny door swung wide. It didn't lead into the dashboard. It led into a tunnel of infinite, interlocking wooden gears. I saw them spinning, thousands of them, carved from bone-white birch and dark mahogany. They were grinding together, and between the teeth of the gears, I saw scraps of fabric, a piece of my father's flannel shirt, a ribbon from my sister's hair, a photograph of a dog we'd lost when I was 10. The carpenter wasn't gone. He had just changed the scale. He had realized that he didn't need a sprawling cabin in the woods to trap me. He just needed a foothold in the machinery of my perception. The truck's engine suddenly roared to life, though I hadn't touched the key. The headlights slammed on, twin beams of violet light cutting through the darkness, illuminating not the road, but a forest that shouldn't have been there. The pines were back, their needles silver and sharp as needles, their trunks twisting into the shapes of weeping men. The truck began to roll forward. I slammed my foot on the brake, but the pedal went soft, sinking to the floorboards as if the lines had been cut. I grabbed the gear shift, but it felt like a living branch, warm and pulsing, resisting my grip. We are not finished with the blueprint, the carpenter's voice echoed from the speakers. I looked at the tiny door again. A hand was reaching out. It was a pale, delicate hand, the skin translucent, the fingernails neatly trimmed. It was my mother's hand. But as it emerged into the light of the cab, the skin began to peel back, revealing the intricate, clockwork lattice of wood and wire beneath. She wasn't trying to pull me in. She was trying to climb out. "No," I growled. I reached into the glove box and found a heavy, steel-cased flashlight. I didn't use it for light. I used it as a mallet. I hammered at the tiny door, the sound of metal on plastic echoing like gunshots in the cramped space. The dashboard cracked. The violet light flared, blinding me, and a spray of that thick, floral-scented sap hit my cheek. The hand retreated, but the gears inside the dashboard sped up. The truck was accelerating now, hitting 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. The steering wheel spun wildly in my hands, guided by an invisible navigator. We weren't on the highway anymore. We were on a logging road that felt familiar, too familiar. It was the road to the old summer house, the one that had burned down when I was 6. The carpenter was digging deeper. He was going back to the first rot, the first time I had learned that the things we love can turn to ash in an afternoon. "You want the fire," I shouted, the wind whistling through the cracks I'd made in the dash. "You want the friction." I didn't have the flares anymore. I didn't have the chainsaw. All I had was the truck and the momentum. I saw the curve ahead, a sharp, hairpin turn that overlooked a ravine filled with jagged rocks and the skeletal remains of old-growth timber. My father used to tell me to take that turn slow. "Gravity is the only law that doesn't have a lawyer, Mike," he'd say. The truck hit 70. The violet headlights revealed the guardrail, a rusted, flimsy thing that offered no real protection. I didn't steer away from it. I steered into it. If the carpenter wanted to live in the machinery of my life, he was going to have to experience the total failure of that machinery. He wanted a world that stayed. I would give him a world that shattered. "Michael, stop," the voice cried out from the dashboard, sounding like my mother again, terrified and real. "You'll break everything. You'll break me." "You're already broken," I screamed back. "That's what makes you beautiful." I felt the impact before I heard it, the scream of tearing metal, the explosive shatter of the windshield, the sudden, violent weightlessness as the truck left the road. For a heartbeat, there was a perfect, crystalline silence. The violet light vanished. The gears in the dashboard stopped grinding. The tiny door snapped shut. In that moment of suspension, I saw him. The carpenter was sitting in the passenger seat. He wasn't a monster or a god. He was a small, withered man in a tattered apron, his face a map of lines and regrets. He looked at me, and his eyes weren't violet. They were gray, like a winter sky. "I just didn't want it to end," he whispered. "I know," I said. Then the world turned upside down. The crash was a symphony of chaos. The truck rolled, the roof buckling, the glass turning into a blizzard of diamonds. I was tossed like a rag doll, the seatbelt cutting into my chest, the smell of gasoline and dirt filling my lungs. Pain erupted in 1,000 different places, a hot, sharp, glorious pain that proved I was still made of flesh and bone. When the movement finally stopped, I was hanging upside down. The truck was a twisted wreck, wedged between two massive boulders at the bottom of the ravine. The silence that followed wasn't the quiet of the cabin. It was the heavy, vibrating silence of the woods after a storm. I smelled smoke, real smoke. I fumbled for the seatbelt release. My fingers were slick with blood, but it was the right color. It was red. It was mine. The buckle clicked, and I fell onto the roof of the cab, my head ringing like a bell. I crawled out through the shattered windshield, my hands tearing on the jagged glass. I didn't care. I dragged myself across the dirt, away from the leaking fuel until I hit the trunk of a tree, a real tree. Its bark was rough and indifferent. It didn't have a face. It didn't have a voice. It was just a tree. I looked back at the truck. A small fire had started in the engine block. The flames were orange and yellow, flickering with a hungry, natural heat. As the fire spread to the cab, I saw the dashboard begin to melt. The tiny door curled and blackened. The violet light gave one last, pathetic flicker, like a dying candle, and then it was gone. I sat there in the dirt, watching the truck burn. I felt the heat on my face, a searing, honest heat that didn't smell like lilies or formaldehyde. It smelled like rubber and oil and ending. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the withered willow leaf. It was scorched at the edges, but it was still there. I let the wind take it. It danced for a moment in the updraft of the fire, a tiny, dark speck against the rising moon, and then it vanished into the trees. I stayed there for a long time, listening to the crackle of the flames and the distant hoot of an owl. My shoulder hurt. My head throbbed. I was miles from anywhere, with no phone and no car, and a grief that was finally, mercifully, allowed to be heavy. I looked up at the mountains. The big light was gone, replaced by the cold, distant stars. They didn't offer any comfort. They didn't offer any answers. They were just points of light in a vast, confusing dark. I stood up, my legs shaking, and began to walk. I didn't follow a map. I didn't follow a voice. I just followed the road, feeling the grit of the gravel beneath my boots, the bite of the night air on my skin. I was a carrier no longer. I was just a man, walking home through the dark. But as I reached the top of the ravine and looked back one last time, I saw something in the shadows of the unburnt trees. It was a frame. A simple wooden frame standing alone in the middle of the forest. It had no walls, no roof, and no door. It was just 4 pieces of timber, joined at the corners with iron nails. It wasn't a cabin. It wasn't a trap. It was a beginning. I turned away and kept walking. The violet was gone from my eyes, but I knew that if I looked too closely at the grain of a table or the joints of a chair, I would always see the ghost of the carpenter. You can't unlearn the geometry of the quiet. You can only choose to live in the noise. The road ahead was long and winding. It was full of potholes and dead ends. It was confusing. It was exactly what I needed. I walked until the sun began to peek over the eastern ridges, a pale, watery yellow that turned the frost on the grass into silver. I found a gas station at the edge of a small town, a real gas station, with a flickering neon sign and a bored attendant behind a plexiglass shield. I walked inside, the bell above the door ringing with a tinny, beautiful sound. The attendant looked up, his eyes widening at my bloody face and torn clothes. Jesus, buddy, you okay? You look like you went through a thresher. I looked at my reflection in the glass of the soda cooler. I looked terrible. I looked broken. I looked like a man who had survived a furnace. I'm fine, I said, my voice raspy and real. I just had some trouble with the house. The house, the man asked, reaching for the phone. What house? I looked past him out the window, where the morning light was hitting the trees. For a second, just a second, the light seemed to ripple, the world stuttering into a skeletal gray-white frame. Then it snapped back. Just an old place, I said, leaning against the counter. It's gone now. I tore it down. The man nodded slowly, his hand hovering over the keypad. You want me to call someone? A tow truck? The cops? No, I said, reaching into my pocket and finding a crumpled $5 bill that hadn't burned. Just a coffee, black, with plenty of gristle. The man stared at me. Gristle. I laughed. It was a jagged, rusty sound that hurt my ribs, but it was mine. Never mind, just the coffee. As he poured the drink, I looked at the wooden counter. It was made of cheap plywood, covered in a thin layer of laminate. It was ugly. It was temporary. It was perfect. I took the cup, the heat of it seeping into my palms, and walked back out into the morning. The air was cold, the world was loud, and somewhere, deep in the mountains, the quiet was waiting for the next person who couldn't stand the sound of their own heart breaking. But not me, not today. I took a sip of the bitter, scalding coffee and started to walk toward the town. I had a lot of things to do. I had a funeral to finish. I had a life to rebuild. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't care about the second door. I was too busy living in the room I was in. The coffee was terrible. It tasted of burnt beans and the chemical aftertaste of a plastic stirred straw, and it was the most honest thing I had ever consumed. I sat on a concrete curb outside the gas station, the grit of the pavement pressing into my jeans, watching the world wake up. A semi-truck hissed past. Its air brakes a sharp, mechanical sigh that had nothing to do with the rhythmic breathing of a wooden lung. A crow landed on a nearby power line, its caw harsh and discordant. It didn't whistle. It didn't lure. It just existed, black and feathered and ugly against the pale sky. I stayed there until my coffee went cold, my body stiffening as the adrenaline finally ebbed away, leaving behind a map of bruises. The gas station attendant watched me through the glass, his hand never straying far from the phone, but he didn't come out. He didn't offer a wooden chair or a sympathetic ear. He was a stranger in a world of strangers, and his indifference was a sanctuary. Eventually, the local sheriff's deputy pulled in, a man named Miller with a face like a thumb and a uniform that was a size too small. He didn't ask about the carpenter. He didn't ask about the second door. He asked for my license and registration, and when I told him they were currently melting into a ravine 3 miles back, he just sighed and told me to get into the back of his cruiser. "Dear," he asked, looking at the dried blood on my forehead as he pulled onto the highway. "Something like that," I said. "They're thick this time of year. Jump out of the shadows before you even see the eyes. Totaled the truck, huh?" Totaled it, I agreed. I looked out the window. We were passing a stand of white pines. For a fleeting second, the vertical lines of the trunk seemed to vibrate, a frequency that hummed in the back of my molars. I closed my eyes until we were back in the open fields. "You're lucky to be walking," Miller said. "That stretch of road is a graveyard. My cousin lost a Mack truck down their back in '98, said the road just shifted under him, like the earth was trying to shrug him off." I didn't answer. I didn't want to talk about shifting roads. I wanted to talk about taxes or the weather or the price of diesel. I wanted to talk about anything that had a beginning, a middle, and a definitive messy end. He dropped me off at a small clinic in the next town over. The nurse was a brisk woman who smelled of lilac soap, a scent that made my stomach flip, though I knew it was just soap. She stitched the gash on my forehead and bandaged my shoulder, lecturing me on the dangers of shock while I stared at the ceiling tiles. They were white, perforated with tiny holes, arranged in a perfect, repeating grid. I counted them. I looked for the flaw, the one tile that might be made of bone or bark, but they were all just cheap, man-made fiber. You have anyone to call, Mr. Henderson? She asked, stripping off her latex gloves. No, I said. My mother passed away last week. Her face softened into that practiced mask of professional sympathy. I'm so sorry. That's a lot to carry on top of an accident. It is, I said, and it was. The grief was there, sharp and heavy, no longer being used as a blueprint for a monster's architecture. It was just my grief now. It was a hole in my life that didn't lead anywhere else. I spent the next 2 days in a motel that smelled of damp carpets and old cigarettes. I slept for 18 hours straight, a dreamless, heavy sleep that felt like being buried in cold mud. When I woke, the sun was streaming through the gap in the heavy floral curtains, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. I sat up and looked at my hands. The fingernails were still stained with the dark, resinous sap of the carpenter's woods, but the skin was healing. I went into the bathroom and scrubbed my hands with a stiff nylon brush until they bled, washing away the last of the forest. I needed to get back, not to the cabin. That place was a scar on a dimension I hoped never to itch again, but to my mother's real house. The one with the leaky roof and the overgrown garden. The one that was currently sitting empty, filled with the mundane clutter of a life lived and finished. I took a bus. The ride was long and bumpy, the engine a constant, reassuring growl. I watched the landscape change from the rugged, jagged peaks of the high country to the rolling, gentler hills of the valley. Every time we passed a wooded area, my heart rate would spike, my eyes searching the shadows for the glint of a violet light or the impossible silhouette of a house that shouldn't be there. But there was nothing, just trees, just earth. When I finally reached the house, it looked smaller than I remembered. The FOR sale sign I'd planted in the front yard weeks ago had tilted to one side, looking weary. The grass had grown shaggy, and a pile of mail sat rotting on the porch. I stood at the base of the steps, my hand trembling as I reached for the key hidden under the ceramic frog. My mind flashed back to the dashboard, the tiny door, the scratching sound, the voice that sounded like her but wasn't. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I froze. The sound was coming from the porch. I looked down. It wasn't a door. It was a squirrel, digging at a walnut it had wedged into a crack in the floorboards. It looked up at me with bright, unintelligent eyes, twitched its nose, and scurried away into the bushes. I let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding since I first saw the second door. I unlocked the house and stepped inside. The air was stale and still. The silence was absolute, but it was a natural silence, the silence of a vacuum, not a predator. I walked through the living room, touching the familiar things, the tattered recliner, the bookshelf filled with paperbacks with creased spines, the ceramic lamp with the cracked base. These things weren't perfect. They were dusty and old and destined for a landfill, and I loved them with a ferocity that made my chest ache. I went to the kitchen and sat at the table. On the counter sat a half-empty box of tea bags and a grocery list written in my mother's shaky, elegant hand. Milk, eggs, light bulbs. I stared at the word, light bulbs. I thought about the big light that had tried to hollow me out. I thought about the carpenter, sitting in his world of infinite maintenance, trying to fix a universe that was designed to break. He wasn't evil, I realized, not in the way we think of demons or monsters. He was just a builder who couldn't handle the demolition. He was a cosmic hoarder, collecting the echoes of our pain to build a museum of them because he couldn't face the now. I picked up the grocery list and folded it carefully, tucking it into my wallet. I spent the afternoon opening the windows. I let the wind blow through the rooms, carrying away the scent of dust and stagnation. I pulled the sheets off the furniture and dragged the heavy bags of trash to the curb. I worked until my muscles screamed and the sun began to set, casting long, purple shadows across the hardwood floors. I stopped in the hallway, right in front of the linen closet. This was where she had fallen. This was the spot where the ambulance crew had knelt, their equipment beeping and whirring in the dark. I looked at the floor. The carpet was worn thin there, a path carved by decades of her walking back and forth, carrying towels and sheets. I knelt down and pressed my palm to the floor. It was cold. It was just wood and subfloor and joists. "Goodbye, Mom," I whispered. The house didn't answer. No voice crackled through the walls. No tiny door appeared in the baseboard. There was only the sound of a car passing in the street and the distant hum of a refrigerator. I stood up and went to the basement. I needed a hammer and some nails. The back porch was rotting and the railing was loose. It was a small job, a simple job. It wouldn't last forever. In 10 years, the wood would rot again. In 50 years, the house might be gone entirely, replaced by a parking lot or a modern glass box. But for today, I would fix it. I would use real nails and real wood, and I would feel the vibration of the strike travel up my arm and settle in my teeth. I found the toolbox in the corner of the cellar under a layer of cobwebs. I pulled out the heavy framing hammer, feeling the weight of it. It was rusted, the handle worn smooth by my father's grip. I took a handful of galvanized nails from a coffee can and went back upstairs. I stepped out onto the back porch. The air was cooling, the first stars beginning to prick through the indigo veil of the sky. I knelt by the loose railing and positioned a nail. I swung the hammer. Clang! The sound was sharp and definitive. It echoed off the neighbor's fence and died in the trees. Clang, clang, clangs. I drove the nail home, the wood groaning as it took the metal. I moved to the next one and the next. I worked with a steady, rhythmic focus, losing myself in the simple geometry of the repair. I didn't notice the man standing at the edge of the yard until I was nearly finished. He was tall and thin, wearing a dark coat that seemed to swallow the light. He was standing perfectly still, his hands tucked into his pockets, watching me. My heart hammered against my ribs, not the slow, heavy thud of the forest, but the frantic, panicked beat of a cornered animal. I gripped the hammer tighter, my knuckles white. "Can I help you?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the open air. The man didn't move for a long moment. Then he took a step forward into the light spilling from the kitchen window. He was older, his face etched with a weariness that looked familiar. He looked like a man who had spent a long time looking for something he knew he wouldn't find. "Nice work," he said. His voice was gravelly, a real voice, weathered by years and weather. "A bit late to be hammering, isn't it?" "The railing was loose," I said, not lowering the hammer. It was bothering me. The man nodded. He looked at the house, his eyes roaming over the eaves and the windows. "It's a good house. Solid bones. Hard to find a place that holds its shape these days." "It has its problems," I said. "Everything does," he replied. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, tossing it toward me. I caught it instinctively. It was a small wooden carving, a bird no bigger than a thumb, its wings spread as if in mid-flight. The detail was incredible, every feather rendered with a precision that made my skin crawl. It was made of white birch. I looked up, my throat tightening, but the man was already turning away, walking back toward the shadows of the street. "Wait," I shouted. "Who are you?" He stopped at the edge of the sidewalk, his silhouette blending into the dark trunks of the maple trees. He didn't turn around. "Just a traveler," he said. "I saw your light. I thought you might be looking for a finish." "I'm not looking for anything," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm done with the building. I'm done with the quiet." The man let out a short, dry laugh. "The quiet never leaves you, Michael. It just waits for the noise to get tired. But you did something I haven't seen in a long time." "What's that?" "You broke the tool," he said. "Most people just try to run out the door. They don't think to burn the workshop down while they're still inside it." He started walking again, his footsteps silent on the pavement. "Wait," I ran to the edge of the porch, clutching the wooden bird. "Is he still out there? The carpenter? Is he coming back?" The man paused one last time, looking back over his shoulder. In the dim light, his eyes seemed to catch a glint of something, not violet, but a deep, burning amber, like a coal in a dying fire. "The carpenter is just a name for a need," he said. "There will always be someone trying to fix the world into something that doesn't hurt. But the forest is big, Michael, and there are many doors. Just make sure the next one you open is one you're willing to close." He stepped out of the light of the street lamp and was gone. I stood on the porch for a long time, the wooden bird heavy in my hand. I wanted to throw it into the bushes. I wanted to crush it under my boot, but as I looked at it, I realized it wasn't a lure. It wasn't a piece of a larger machine. It was just a bird. It was a piece of wood that someone had taken the time to shape, to make beautiful, and then to leave behind. I walked back inside and set the bird on the kitchen table, right next to the grocery list. It sat there, small and still, a reminder that even in a world that breaks, there is a place for the things we make with our own hands. I turned off the kitchen lights. The house was dark, but it wasn't the darkness of the cabin. It was a natural dark, filled with the soft sounds of the neighborhood, the distant hum of a television, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the quiet settling of the floorboards. I went upstairs to my mother's bedroom. I lay down on the bed, the mattress lumpy and familiar. I didn't look for a door in the ceiling. I didn't listen for a voice in the walls. I just closed my eyes and listened to the sound of my own breathing. It was ragged. It was uneven. It was perfectly, gloriously imperfect. And in the silence of the real world, I finally fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of a dripping faucet. It was a rhythmic, annoying, perfectly mundane sound. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling of my mother's bedroom, watching the way the early gray light caught the peeling edges of the floral wallpaper. In the cabin, the walls never peeled. They stayed in a state of perpetual, terrifying newness, as if the wood were still screaming from the saw. Here, the house was dying in slow motion, just like everything else, and the sight of it brought a lump to my throat that felt like a gift. I got out of bed, my joints popping. My shoulder throbbed where the nurse had taped the gauze, a sharp reminder of the ravine in the glass and the way the world had tried to fold me in half. I walked down the hallway, my bare feet sticking slightly to the linoleum. I passed the linen closet without flinching. The door was closed. It stayed closed. In the kitchen, the wooden bird was still on the table. In the harsh, unforgiving light of a Tuesday morning, it looked less like a relic of a dark god and more like a piece of folk art. I picked it up. It was light, the grain of the birch swirling like thumbprints along its back. I thought about the man in the dark coat. The carpenter is just a name for a need. I realized then that I wasn't the only one who had found the second door. The world was likely full of them, people who had reached out into the dark for a hand they knew wasn't there and found a handle instead. Some stayed, some became the wood, and some, like the man in the coat, just kept walking, carrying the splinters of that other place in their pockets like loose change. I spent the morning on the phone. I called the insurance company about the truck, spinning a tale of black ice and a sudden deer that sounded plausible even to my own ears. I called the funeral home to finalize the arrangements for the headstone, granite. I insisted, something heavy and cold that wouldn't change its shape. I called a local handyman to come look at the roof. "You're Mike, right, Sarah's boy?" the handyman asked. His name was Roy, and he sounded like he'd been smoking since the Eisenhower administration. "Yeah," I said, "the west eaves are sagging. I think the flashing is gone." "I can be there Thursday. It's an old place, Mike. Sometimes it's cheaper to let 'em go than to keep 'em upright." "I'm keeping this one," I said. "Just fix the lake, Roy." After I hung up, the silence of the house felt different. It wasn't the predatory quiet of the mountains. It was the expectant silence of a life waiting to be resumed. I went into the living room and started opening boxes I'd taped shut weeks ago. I found a photo album near the bottom of a crate marked kitchen/MISC. I sat on the floor and flipped through the sticky plastic pages. There was my mother in the 70s, wearing oversized glasses and holding a toddler-aged me in front of this very house. The porch railing was straight then. The paint was fresh. In the background, the trees were saplings. I looked closely at her face. She was smiling, but there was a tiredness in her eyes even then. My father had already been gone a year. She had been living in a house full of echoes, trying to raise a son while the walls whispered about everything she'd lost. Had she looked for a second door? Had she stood in the hallway at 3 in the morning, staring at the shadows, wishing for a version of the world where the cancer hadn't won, where the bills were paid, where the silence didn't ache? Probably everyone does. The difference was she had stayed in the room she was in. She had chosen the leak in the roof and the weeds in the garden over the impossible perfection of the carpenter's wood. She had chosen the pain because the pain was real. I felt a sudden, violent surge of protectiveness for the house. It was a clumsy, failing vessel, but it was the only one that mattered. The rest of the week passed in a blur of manual labor. I mowed the lawn until the smell of cut grass filled my lungs, a scent so green and sharp it made my eyes water. I scrubbed the grime off the windows until the glass was invisible. I painted the back railing I'd nailed down, the white latex thick and sticky on my fingers. On Thursday, Roy showed up in a rusted Ford. He was a small, wiry man with skin like parchment and a tool belt that looked heavier than he was. He climbed up his ladder and spent 2 hours thumping around on the roof. "You got a family of squirrels living in the gutter," he shouted down, "and the chimney needs repointing. You're lucky the whole thing didn't come down in the last windstorm." "Can you fix it?" I asked, shielding my eyes from the sun. "I can patch it," Roy said, leaning over the edge. "But fix is a strong word for a house this age. You just negotiate with it. You give it a little shingles, it gives you another 5 years of dry carpet. It's a trade." I liked Roy. He understood the terms of the world. That night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I sat on the front porch steps. I had a beer in my hand, the bottle cold and sweating. The neighborhood was settling into its evening rhythm, the sound of a lawnmower 3 houses down, the chime of an ice cream truck a few streets over, the muffled bark of a dog. I looked at the wooden bird, which I'd placed on the railing next to me. "What did you see?" I whispered to it. The bird didn't answer, but as the shadows lengthened, I felt a familiar coldness prickle at the back of my neck. It wasn't the carpenter, it was just the memory of him. I realized that I would never truly be rid of it. The second door isn't something you leave behind, it's something you carry. It's the knowledge that the world is thin, that beneath the laminate and the plywood and the milk and eggs lists, there is a vast, hungry stillness that wants to simplify us. I looked toward the woods at the end of the street. They were just city woods, a thin strip of oak and maple behind a chain-link fence, but for a second, the darkness between the trunks seemed to deepen. The shadows stretched out, turning into long skeletal fingers that reached toward the pavement. I didn't look away. I didn't run inside. I just took a sip of my beer and watched the dark. "I'm still here," I said softly. The shadows didn't retreat, but they didn't advance either. They were just shadows. A car turned the corner, its headlights sweeping across the yard. For a heartbeat, the light hit the wooden bird on the railing, and the carving seemed to shimmer. Its wings looked like they were twitching, the birch grain flowing like liquid. I blinked, and the light passed. The bird was just wood again. I stood up, finished my beer, and went inside. I locked the front door, not because I was afraid of what might come in, but because I wanted to be sure of where I was. I went to the kitchen and opened the junk drawer. I found a roll of heavy-duty duct tape and a permanent marker. I went back to the hallway, to the linen closet. I didn't open it. Instead, I took the marker and wrote a single word on the inside of the door frame, right where the wood met the plaster. "Stay." Then I went to the basement. I found the old, heavy trunk where my mother had kept the Christmas decorations and the winter blankets. I dragged it up the stairs, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and pushed it in front of the linen closet door. It was a heavy, physical weight. It didn't mean the closet was gone, and it didn't mean the grief was gone. It just meant that if I wanted to go back into that dark, I would have to work for it. I would have to move the weight of my own history to get to the handle. I sat on the trunk, my heart slowing down. I thought about the man in the gas station, the one who asked if I wanted the cops. I thought about the nurse with the lilac soap. I thought about the carpenter, sitting in his white pine cathedral, waiting for the next broken heart to whistle for him. He would be waiting a long time for me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. I hadn't turned it on since the crash. I pressed the power button, the screen glowing a harsh, artificial blue in the dim hallway. There were dozens of notifications, missed calls from work, texts from friends I hadn't spoken to in months, a voicemail from a realtor I'd ghosted. I deleted the realtor's message. Then I pulled up my contacts and scrolled down to a name I hadn't called in 3 years, my sister. We hadn't spoken since the funeral of our father, a slow-motion car wreck of an argument over an inheritance that didn't exist. I hit the call button. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Each ring felt like a hammer strike, a nail being driven into the present. "Hello," a voice answered. She sounded tired. She sounded like my mother. "Hey, Sarah," I said. My voice was thick, like I'd been swallowing sawdust. "It's Mike." There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear the faint sound of a television in the background, a commercial for laundry detergent. It was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. "Mike," she said, her voice rising. "Where have you been? I've been calling for a week. I thought you disappeared." "I did," I said, looking at the heavy trunk in front of the closet. "I went for a drive, but I'm back now." "Are you okay? You sound different." "I'm okay," I said. "I'm at the house. Mom's house. Oh, Mike, I'm so sorry I wasn't there. Everything just, it got so messy. It's okay, I said. It's supposed to be messy. Listen, the back porch railing was loose, but I fixed it, and Roy is coming to look at the roof on Thursday. The roof, she asked, confused. Mike, we're selling the house. We talked about this. It's a teardown. No, I said, and for the first time in years, I felt a solid, unbreakable certainty. We're not tearing it down. It's got solid bones, Sarah. It just needs a little work. It just needs someone to live in it while it breaks. I heard her catch her breath. You want to stay there. For a while, I said, until the leaks are patched. Maybe longer. I think I need to be in a place where things age. We talked for an hour. We didn't talk about the carpenter. We didn't talk about the second door or the violet light or the way the trees in the high country seem to breathe when you aren't looking. We talked about our childhood. We talked about the way the kitchen used to smell like burnt toast and floor wax. We talked about the future, not the infinite, static future of the forest, but the messy, uncertain future of next month and next year. When I finally hung up, the house was completely dark. I walked to the kitchen and picked up the wooden bird. I walked out to the backyard, to the small patch of garden where my mother had tried to grow tomatoes every year, only to have them eaten by deer or drowned by the rain. I knelt in the dirt. It was cold and damp, the smell of earth filling my senses. I dug a small hole with my bare hands, the soil getting under my fingernails, replacing the resin and the sap of the carpenter's woods. I placed the wooden bird in the hole. Go back to the ground, I whispered, be wood again. I covered it up and patted the earth flat. I stood up and looked at the house. It was just a silhouette against the stars, a crooked, aging box of wood and nails. It wasn't perfect. It was full of dust and bad memories and leaky pipes. It was a place where people died and things broke. It was exactly where I belonged. I walked back inside, closed the door, and turned the deadbolt. The click was loud in the quiet house, a final, definitive sound. I wasn't waiting for the whistle. I wasn't looking for the handle. I was just a man in a room, and for the first time in my life, that was enough. I went to the kitchen, found a glass, and filled it with tap water. It tasted of chlorine and old pipes, and I drank every drop. Then I turned off the last light and walked upstairs, my footsteps heavy on the wood, making the house groan in a way that felt like a conversation. I lay down in the dark, and for the first time since I'd seen the cabin, I wasn't afraid of the morning. I knew the sun would rise, and I knew the house would still be there, and I knew that one day it wouldn't be, and that was okay. The room was quiet, my heart was breaking, and I was still alive. The morning light didn't arrive with a choir or a revelation. It arrived with the mundane, screeching protest of a garbage truck grinding its way down the street. I woke up with my neck stiff and my hand cramped into a fist, as if I were still clutching the handle of a door that no longer existed. For a moment, the disorientation was absolute. I looked at the floral wallpaper and saw the grain of white pine. I heard the hiss of the truck's brakes and heard the wind whistling through the high, jagged canopy of the carpenter's woods. Then I smelled the coffee. It wasn't fresh. It was the stale, burnt scent of a pot I'd left sitting on the warmer for too long the day before, but it was a smell of this earth. I sat up, the springs of the mattress groaning in a comforting, predictable way. My shoulder felt like it had been branded, the skin tight beneath the bandage, but the feverish heat of the infection, the supernatural heat that had pulsed in time with the cabin's heartbeat, was gone. I was just a man with a wound. I went downstairs and found the house exactly as I'd left it. The heavy trunk still sat in front of the linen closet, a silent sentinel of my own making. I didn't look at it as I passed. I went to the kitchen, dumped the sludge from the coffee pot, and started a fresh batch. While the machine wheezed and bubbled, I stared out the window at the patch of dirt where I'd buried the wooden bird. The ground looked undisturbed. There were no violet sprouts pushing through the soil, no unnatural shimmer in the morning dew. It was just a grave for a piece of birch. The doorbell rang at 10 o'clock. It was a sharp, intrusive sound that made me jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. I realized then that I was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. I was waiting for the carpenter to realize his bird was missing, or for the man in the dark coat to reappear on my porch with a warning I hadn't been ready to hear. I opened the door. It wasn't a shadow or a ghost. It was a girl, maybe 19, wearing a neon yellow vest and carrying a stack of laminated menus. "Hi, would you like to try the new?" She stopped, her eyes traveling from my messy hair to the stained bandage peeking out from the collar of my shirt. "Oh, sorry. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said, my voice sounding rusty. "Just home improvement." "Cool," she said, though her expression suggested she thought I'd been in a bar fight with a belt sander. She handed me a menu for a pizza place that had opened 3 towns over. "We have a 2-for-1 special on Tuesdays." "Thanks," I said. I took the paper. It felt incredibly thin, the gloss of the printing cheap and temporary. I loved it. I watched her walk down the driveway, her sneakers clicking on the pavement, a perfectly normal person doing a perfectly normal job in a world that didn't require her to be anything other than what she was. I spent the rest of the morning in the garage. It was a cluttered, dusty space that smelled of motor oil and old newspapers. My father's tools were still there, hanging on a pegboard that had warped over the decades. I took down a hammer. It was heavy, the steel head pitted with rust, the wooden handle darkened by the sweat of a man who had been dead for 30 years. I held it for a long time. In the cabin, the tools had been extensions of the carpenter's will. They had been sharp and silent and terrifyingly efficient. This hammer was just a hammer. It was clumsy. It was capable of missing the nail and crushing a thumb. It was a tool for a world that required maintenance because it was constantly falling apart. I found a box of nails and went to the back porch. The railing I'd fixed yesterday was holding, but the wood was gray and thirsty. I started to work. I wasn't building a cathedral. I was just reinforcing the edges of my life. With every strike of the hammer, the sound echoed through the quiet neighborhood. Thwack, thwack, thwack. It was a clean sound. It didn't linger. It didn't have a melody. It was just the sound of metal meeting wood, a declaration of presence. By noon, I was sweating. My shirt was stuck to my back, and my lungs felt clear of the mountain air for the first time. I sat on the edge of the porch, wiped my forehead with my sleeve, and looked at my hands. They were covered in dust and small nicks from the wood. They were the hands of a living man. I thought about the man in the dark coat. The carpenter is just a name for a need. He was right. I could feel it even now, that tiny, cold ember in the center of my chest that wanted things to be easy. It wanted the door to open and reveal a world where my mother wasn't dead, where my truck wasn't a wreck in a ravine, where the silence didn't have to be filled with the effort of existing. It was a hunger for the finished. But as I looked at the crooked railing and the peeling paint of the siding, I realized that the finished was just another word for dead. The carpenter's world didn't change because it couldn't grow. It was a museum of grief carved into the shape of a home. The afternoon brought a change in the weather. The sky turned a bruised purple, not the violet of the cabin's light, but the heavy, humid gray of an impending summer storm. The wind picked up, smelling of rain and asphalt. I stayed on the porch as the first drops fell. They were fat and cold, splashing against the wood and turning the dust into mud. I watched the street lamps flicker on, their orange glow struggling against the gathering gloom. A car slowed down in front of the house. It was a black sedan, the windows tinted dark. My breath hitched. For a second, I thought of the man in the coat, or worse, the carpenter himself, coming to reclaim his tools. The car sat there for a long minute, its engine idling with a low, rhythmic thrum. Then the passenger side window rolled down an inch, and a plume of cigarette smoke drifted out. It wasn't a monster. It was just someone lost, checking their GPS. The car pulled away, its taillights disappearing into the rain. I laughed, a short, jagged sound that turned into a cough. I was haunted. I would be haunted for a long time. Every shadow would be a doorway. Every creak of the floorboards would be a footstep. But that was the price of coming back. You don't get to leave the cabin and keep your innocence. You just get to keep your soul, and your soul is a heavy thing to carry. I went inside and started a fire in the living room fireplace. The chimney was drafty, and the smoke stung my eyes, but the warmth was real. I sat on the floor, leaning my back against the sofa, and watched the flames. I thought about the other people the man had mentioned, the ones who didn't burn the workshop down. I wondered if they were still there, their limbs slowly turning to cedar, their eyes becoming knots in the wood. I wondered if they were happy. If you forget that you were ever human, does the silence stop hurting? Or do you just become a different kind of pain, a structural pain, holding up the roof of a house that no one will ever live in? I reached into my pocket and pulled out my wallet. I took out a small, crumpled photograph I'd kept in the hidden flap behind my driver's license. It was a picture of me and my mother at the beach when I was 10. She was laughing, her hair blowing across her face, holding a seashell up to the camera like it was a diamond. I looked at her face, really looked at it, without the filter of my own guilt. She had been a woman who worked 40 hours a week at a dry cleaner's. She had suffered from migraines and back pain. She had worried about the mortgage and the car and the way I was failing algebra. Her life hadn't been a masterpiece of woodworking. It had been a series of small, difficult choices. And she had loved me, not with the terrifying, suffocating perfection of the carpenter's creations, but with the messy, impatient, beautiful love of a human being. I realized then that the carpenter hadn't just been trying to fix the world, he had been trying to erase the people in it, because people are the part of the world that breaks. We are the flaws in the grain. We are the knots that make the wood split. I held the photo to my chest and closed my eyes. The fire popped, a spark hitting the screen with a sharp tink. I must have drifted off, because I woke up to the sound of something scratching at the front door. It wasn't a knock, it was a slow, rhythmic rasping, like a branch scraping against the wood, but there were no trees close enough to the porch to reach the door. I froze. The fire had died down to a bed of glowing coals, casting long, distorted shadows across the ceiling. The scratching continued, scritch, 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 at the base of the door. I stood up, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed the heavy brass poker from the fireplace. My hands were shaking, but my grip was tight. I walked toward the hallway. The house felt unnaturally cold. The air had that static, pressurized quality I remembered from the cabin, the feeling of a vacuum waiting to be filled. I reached the door, the scratching stopped. I stood there, my ear pressed against the wood. I could hear the rain outside, the steady drum of water on the porch roof. and beneath it, a soft, wet sound, a breathing sound. "Go away," I whispered. There was no answer. I reached for the deadbolt, my fingers hovering over the cold metal. I thought about the man's warning. Just make sure the next one you open is one you're willing to close. I didn't open it. I turned the deadbolt the other way, making sure it was as tight as it could go. Then I leaned my forehead against the door frame. "You can't have me," I said, louder this time. "I'm broken. I'm full of cracks. I'm not good for your house." A voice came through the wood. It wasn't the carpenter's voice, and it wasn't the man in the coat S. It was a chorus, a low, humming vibration that sounded like 1,000 trees swaying in a storm. "It doesn't have to hurt, Michael." The words didn't come through my ears. They came through my teeth, through my bones. The wood is patient. The wood remembers everything you want to forget. Come back to the workshop. There is a place for you in the wall. You will be the beam that holds up the sky. You will never feel the wind again. "I want to feel the wind," I sobbed, the tears hot on my face. "I want it to hurt. I want to grow old and rot and turn into nothing. Leave me alone." The scratching started again, more frantic now, the wood of the door groaning under the pressure of something heavy leaning against it. The door began to bow inward, the hinges screaming. I ran back to the linen closet. I grabbed the edge of the heavy trunk and hauled it away from the door with a strength I didn't know I had. I flung the closet door open. It was just a closet. Sheets, towels, a box of old light bulbs. I grabbed a handful of towels and threw them onto the floor. I reached for the back wall, the place where the door to the cabin had been. I pounded on the plaster with the fireplace poker. "Is this what you want?" I screamed. "You want me to look? I'm looking. And there's nothing there, it's just a house." I swung the poker again and again, shattering the lath and plaster, the white dust filling the air like snow. I tore a hole in the wall, exposing the dark, narrow space between the studs. I reached into the darkness, my fingers searching for the handle, for the wood, for the violet light. There was nothing but cobwebs and cold air. I slumped to my knees in the wreckage of the closet, the poker falling from my hand. I gasped for air, my lungs burning with the dust. The scratching at the front door stopped. The heavy, pressurized feeling in the air vanished, replaced by the simple, damp chill of a rainy night. The house settled. A pipe clanked in the basement. I sat there for a long time, surrounded by shredded linens and broken plaster. I looked at the hole I'd made in the wall. It was just a hole. It didn't lead to a forest. It didn't lead to a workshop. It led to the insulation and the wiring and the secret, dusty heart of a normal building. I started to laugh. It was a hysterical, sobbing laugh that hurt my chest, but I couldn't stop. I had destroyed my own house to prove it was real. I had broken the skin to see if it bled. I crawled out of the closet and sat on the floor of the hallway. The front door was still closed, the deadbolt still locked. There were no marks on the wood. I realized then that the carpenter wasn't a ghost that could break down doors. He was a temptation. He was the part of me that wanted to give up, the part that wanted to trade the struggle of being human for the permanence of being an object. The scratching hadn't been on the outside of the door. It had been on the inside of my skull. I stood up, my legs wobbly. I went to the kitchen and got a broom. I spent the rest of the night cleaning up the mess. I swept the plaster into a pile. I folded the towels that weren't covered in dust. I found a piece of plywood in the garage and nailed it over the hole I'd made in the closet. It was a sloppy job, the nails crooked and the wood mismatched, but it was solid. When the sun finally came up, the rain had stopped. The world outside was bright and green and dripping with water. I went out to the back porch. The air was cool and smelled of wet earth. I walked over to the spot where I'd buried the bird. A small green shoot was pushing up through the dirt. I knelt down, my heart skipping a beat. I reached out a trembling hand and touched the leaf. It was soft. It was cold. It was a weed, a common, stubborn dandelion that had found a bit of disturbed soil and decided to claim it. I didn't pull it. I sat back on my heels and watched it sway in the light breeze. I stayed there for a long time, watching the world wake up. I saw a neighbor walk their dog. I saw a squirrel run along the power lines. I saw the mailman drive his little white truck down the street. I was tired. I was sore. I was a man with a hole in his wall and a scar on his shoulder and a sister who was waiting for him to call back. I got up and went inside. I made a list. 1. Buy plaster and tape. 2. Call Sarah. 3. Pay the insurance premium. 4. Buy more coffee. It was a small list. It was a boring list. It was the most important thing I had ever written. I set the list on the kitchen table, right where the wooden bird had been. Then I picked up the phone. The house was quiet, but it wasn't the quiet of the cabin. It was the quiet of a life in progress. And as I dialed the number, I knew that the second door was finally, truly closed. Not because I had locked it, but because I no longer needed to know what was on the other side. I had found the first door again, and that was enough. The phone rang 4 times before Sarah picked up. Her voice was thick with sleep, that heavy, guarded tone she used when she didn't recognize the number or expected a debt collector. Hello. It's me, I said. I had to clear my throat. The plaster dust was still a phantom grit in my windpipe. It's Michael. There was a silence on the other end, so profound I thought the line had gone dead, or that the carpenter had finally snipped the copper wires connecting me to the living. Then a shaky intake of breath. Michael, where have you been? I called the rangers. I called the highway patrol. They found your truck, Mike. They said it was empty. They said there was no way anyone walked away from that drop. I walked, I said, looking at my hands. They were stained with graphite and grease, the fingernails rimmed with the black soil of my own backyard. I got lost in the woods for a bit, a long bit, but I'm home now. I'm in the kitchen. She started to cry, not the cinematic sobbing of a reunion, but a jagged, angry venting of terror. She cursed me. She asked if I was high. She asked if I had any idea what it was like to wait for a call from a coroner. I let it wash over me. It was a beautiful noise. It was the sound of a sister who cared enough to be furious. It was the friction of a relationship that hadn't been sanded down into a smooth, decorative surface. I'm sorry, I kept saying. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'll make it up to you. I'm fixing the house. I'm staying put. We talked for an hour. I didn't tell her about the cabin. I didn't tell her about the man in the dark coat or the way the trees turned to mahogany when the sun hit them at the wrong angle. I told her I'd hit my head, that I'd found a hunter's shack and hunkered down until the world stopped spinning. It was a lie, but it was a human lie, a necessary shim to level out the uneven floor of our reality. By the time we hung up, she had promised to drive down over the weekend with her kids. The place is a mess, I warned her. It's always been a mess, Michael, she clipped, her voice softening. Just be there when I pull in. Don't be a ghost. I'm done being a ghost, I promised. I spent the afternoon at the local hardware store. It was a cavernous, drafty building that smelled of fertilizer and sawdust. I walked the aisles with a shopping cart that had one squeaky wheel, the rhythmic chirp, chirp, chirp acting as a metronome for my pulse. I bought a bag of joint compound, a roll of mesh tape, and a wide-blade putty knife. I bought a gallon of eggshell white paint, a color so aggressively neutral it felt like a victory. As I stood in line at the register, I saw a display of pocket knives near the mints. They were mass-produced, stainless steel things with plastic handles. I reached out to touch one, and for a split second my vision blurred. I saw the carpenter's chisel, the edge so sharp it could split a hair lengthwise, the steel singing with a predatory hunger. My hand began to shake. "That'll be $42.68, the cashier said. He was a teenager with bad acne and a name tag that read Tyler. He was snapping gum, his eyes fixed on a clock behind my head. The vision snapped. The carpenter's tools were gone. I was just a guy buying mud in a strip mall. I paid in cash, the crinkled bills feeling substantial and oily in my palm. Back at the house, I went straight to the linen closet. I didn't hesitate. I pulled back the plywood I'd hastily nailed up and looked at the jagged hole in the lath. I began to apply the tape, crisscrossing the gap where I had tried to punch my way back into a nightmare. The work was meditative. To fix a wall, you have to understand the layers. You have to bridge the gap, then apply the compound in thin, patient coats. If you try to glob it on all at once, it cracks as it dries. It shrinks. It fails. It requires time. It requires the willingness to wait for the moisture to evaporate. I was on my second coat when the mail arrived. I heard the clatter of the lid on the porch box. I wiped my hands on a rag and went to fetch it. There were bills, a flyer for a lawn service, and a plain white envelope with no return address. My stomach did a slow, cold roll. I took the mail into the kitchen and sat at the table. The white envelope was heavy, the paper high quality, almost like parchment. I opened it with a kitchen knife, my breath held tight in my chest. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. It was a picture of my back porch, taken from the edge of the woods. In the frame, I was sitting on the steps, my head in my hands, exactly as I had been 2 hours after I'd returned. But it wasn't the sight of myself that made my blood turn to slush. In the reflection of the porch window, standing just inside the darkened kitchen, was a figure. It was tall, its proportions slightly wrong, its skin the color of aged pine. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking at the camera, its hand resting on the frame of the door, a hand with too many joints, carved with exquisite, terrifying detail. On the back of the photo, written in a cramped, precise script that looked like it had been etched with a needle, were 4 words. "The grain always runs." I dropped the photo. It fluttered to the floor, landing face up. The figure in the window seemed to shimmer in the kitchen light, the wood grain of its face shifting like a slow-motion whirlpool. I looked at the kitchen window. It was empty. The afternoon sun was casting long, slanted shadows across the linoleum, but there was nothing there but the toaster and a stack of dirty dishes. I didn't run, I didn't scream. I didn't grab the fireplace poker and start smashing things. I picked up the photo, walked over to the stove, and turned on the gas. I held the corner of the picture over the blue flame. The Polaroid resisted at first, the plastic coating bubbling and hissing, releasing a chemical stench that stung my nose. Then the fire caught. The image of the porch, of the woods, and of the thing in the window curled and blackened. I watched the carpenter vanish into a flake of gray ash. I held it until the heat scorched my fingertips, then dropped the remains into the sink and ran the water until every black speck was washed down the drain. He was still out there, or rather, the need was still out there. I went back to the closet. I picked up the putty knife. I smoothed the joint compound over the tape, my movements steady. "You're just a name for a need," I whispered to the empty house, "and I don't need you anymore." The house didn't answer, the pipes didn't clank, the wind didn't howl. I worked until the sun went down and the house was swallowed by the honest, mundane dark of a suburban evening. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat in the living room, watching the shadows stretch and merge. I waited for the scratching. I waited for the humming in my teeth. I waited for the smell of cedar and the violet glow. It didn't come. What came instead was the sound of a cricket somewhere near the baseboard. It was a rhythmic, slightly annoying sound, the sound of a small, fragile life making itself known in the vastness of the night. I realized then that the carpenter's greatest weapon wasn't his tools or his ability to craft a perfect world. It was his silence. He offered a world where the cricket didn't itch, where the wall didn't crack, where the grief didn't throb like a bruised bone. He offered the end of the story. But stories aren't meant to end. They are meant to be told, page by messy page, until the book falls apart and the ink fades. I went upstairs to my bedroom. I pulled the trunk, the one that had guarded the closet, into the center of the room. I opened it. It was filled with my mother's things, not the things the carpenter would have kept, not the perfect memories, but the real ones. A sweater with a hole in the elbow, a recipe book with flour dusted between the pages, a ceramic mug that had been glued back together after I dropped it when I was 6. I took the mug out and held it. I could see the seam where the pieces met, a jagged, ugly line of yellowed epoxy. It was a terrible repair job. It was flawed. It was beautiful. I set the mug on my nightstand. That night I slept. I didn't dream of the forest. I didn't dream of the man in the dark coat. I dreamt of a beach and a woman laughing, and the way the sand felt between my toes, gritty, cold, and entirely temporary. When I woke up the next morning, the joint compound in the closet was dry. It was bone white and rough to the touch. It needed sanding. It needed another coat. It needed work. I got to my feet, my joints complaining, my shoulder aching beneath the bandage. I went to the kitchen and started the coffee. I looked out the window at the dandelion. It had grown another inch. It was a yellow splash of defiance against the manicured lawn. I picked up the list I'd written. I crossed off "buy more coffee." I looked at the next item, "call Sarah." I'd already done that, but I didn't cross it off. I wrote a note next to it. "Make sure she brings the kids' swimsuits. The lake is open." I was halfway through my first cup of coffee when the phone rang. I didn't jump. I didn't reach for a weapon. I just picked it up. "Hello." "Mr. Henderson," a woman's voice, professional. "This is Claire from Allstate. We're calling regarding the claim on your vehicle. We've received the police report from the recovery site." "Yes," I said, leaning back against the counter. "I'm here." "The adjuster has looked at the photos, sir. He's a bit confused. He says the damage to the frame is consistent with a high-impact fall, but the interior of the car. He says it looks like it was meticulously cleaned, like it was detailed right there in the ravine." I closed my eyes. I could almost smell the lemon oil and the beeswax. "I'm a very neat person," I said. "Right, well, given the structural damage, the vehicle is a total loss. We'll be sending over the settlement paperwork. We just need to verify your current address." I gave her the address. I gave her my zip code. I gave her the coordinates of my life. "Thank you, Mr. Henderson." And the adjuster mentioned something else. It's probably nothing, but he said he found something in the glove box, something that wasn't on the original inventory. What was it? A small wooden box, hand-carved. He said it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He wanted to know if you wanted us to mail it to you or if he should drop it off. He lives just a few streets over from you. The air in the kitchen grew very still. The dandelion on the porch seemed to freeze in mid-sway. Tell him to keep it, I said, my voice flat. Sir, he said it looks quite valuable. The detail on the lid. It's a bird, I think, a birch bird. Tell him to throw it in the trash, I said, my grip tightening on the phone. Tell him to burn it. I don't want it in my house. I don't want it on my street. Mr. Henderson, are you all right? I'm fine, I said, just. I'm done with woodworking. Tell him it's a gift. Tell him it's a gift for someone who wants things to be perfect. I hung up before she could respond. I stood in the center of the kitchen, my heart racing. The bait was still being set. The carpenter didn't take no for an answer. He just waited for the next person who was broken enough to say yes. He was sending out his scouts, his little wooden tokens of grace, looking for a new foundation to build upon. I looked at the hole in the closet, hidden behind its patch of plywood and wet mud. I realized then that I couldn't just live in this house. I couldn't just paint the walls and pretend the second door didn't exist. As long as I stayed here, as long as I kept the memories of that place in my head, I was a lighthouse for the carpenter's shadows. I picked up the pen and added a new item to the bottom of the list. 5. Call a realtor. It was time to move, not because I was afraid, but because I was finished. I had survived the cabin. I had looked into the heart of the finished, and I had chosen the breaking. I walked out onto the back porch and looked toward the woods at the edge of the property. For a moment, just a heartbeat, I thought I saw a man in a dark coat standing beneath the oaks. He didn't wave. He didn't move. He just stood there, a vertical line of shadow against the green. I didn't look away. I didn't blink. I stood my ground until the wind shifted, the leaves turned, and the shadow resolved itself into a simple, rotting stump. I went back inside and closed the door. I locked the deadbolt, not to keep the world out, but to remind myself that I was the one who held the key. I picked up the sandpaper and went to the closet. There was a wall that needed smoothing, and I had all the time in the world to get it wrong. The grit of the sandpaper was a harsh, grounding reality against my palm. I started with a coarse 60 grit, the friction sending a fine cloud of white dust into the air. It settled on my eyelashes and coated the hair on my arms, making me look like a marble statue coming to life, or perhaps a man slowly being turned into a plaster cast. I didn't mind. The physical resistance of the joint compound, the way it fought back against the paper, was exactly what I needed. It was a struggle with a tangible result. I worked in circular motions, feeling for the high spots where the mud had humped over the mesh tape. In the cabin, the walls were seamless, grown rather than built, as if the trees had simply decided to rearrange their molecular structure into the shape of a room. There were no sanders there, no mistakes to smooth over. Here, in the dim light of my hallway, the wall was a map of my own incompetence, and I cherished every lump of it. By the time I finished the first sanding, my shoulder was screaming. The scar from the wooden bird throbbed with a rhythmic heat, a reminder that some things don't heal cleanly. I stepped back and wiped my forehead with the back of my hand, leaving a smear of white paste across my brow. The patch was ugly. It was a gray-white bruise on the eggshell skin of the closet. It would need another coat, then another sanding, then primer, then paint. It was a process of accumulation, and erosion. The phone rang again while I was mixing a fresh batch of compound in a plastic bucket. I froze, my heart hammering a quick, frantic staccato against my ribs. I looked at the kitchen, where the cordless handset sat on the charging base. Part of me, the part that still smelled the cedar and felt the violet light, was certain it was the insurance adjuster calling back to tell me the wooden box had opened itself. Or perhaps it was the carpenter, his voice a dry rustle of shavings, asking if I was satisfied with the grain of my new life. I forced myself to walk to the phone. I didn't rush. I didn't cower. Hello. Michael, it's David from the office. David, my supervisor, a man whose greatest concern in life was the quarterly projection for regional logistics. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Hey, David. Jesus, Mike, we heard about the accident. The police called the emergency contact on your file a few days ago when they found the truck. We thought, well, we didn't know what to think. Are you okay? Where are you? I'm home, David. I'm okay. Just a bit banged up. You sound different, he said. There was a pause, the sound of a keyboard clacking in the background, the sound of the world moving on without me. Listen, take all the time you need. Human Resources is already processing the leave. We were worried you'd walked off into the woods and you know. I did, I said, watching a dust mote drift through a shaft of sunlight, but I walked back out. Good, good. Well, look, when you're ready, your desk is here. We had to have Jenkins cover the Miller account, but it's a mess, frankly. He doesn't have your eye for detail. My eye for detail. I looked at the lopsided patch on the closet wall. I looked at the crooked nails in the plywood. I think my eye for detail might be a little blurry lately, David. I'm actually thinking about moving, selling the place. Moving? You just got that house settled. You spent 3 years DIYing that kitchen. I know, but the foundation is off. I can feel it in the floors. We talked for a few more minutes, banalities about insurance and medical certificates, before I hung up. The conversation felt like a transmission from a distant planet. Logistics, accounts, quarterly projections. They were ghosts of a life I had once considered substantial. Now, they felt like the decorative molding the carpenter might use to hide a gap in the floorboards. I went back to the closet. I applied the second coat of mud, feathering the edges out wider this time. I was getting better at it. My hand was steadier. I realized that the secret to a good patch wasn't in hiding the hole, but in blending the new material so gradually into the old that the eye couldn't find the seam. You had to acknowledge the damage to fix it. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting the house into a deep amber glow, I heard a car pull into the driveway. My muscles tensed. I hadn't called the realtor yet. Sarah wasn't supposed to be here until the weekend. I walked to the front window and pulled back the curtain. It wasn't a sleek black sedan or a Ranger's truck. It was a beat-up, rusted-out Honda Civic with a Save the Bees sticker on the bumper. A young man got out. He was wearing a neon yellow vest over a hoodie. He carried a clipboard and a small electronic device. The meter readers. I watched him walk to the side of the house. He hummed a tune I didn't recognize, tapping his device against his thigh. He was utterly ordinary. He didn't look at the woods. He didn't sense the lingering ozone of the second door. To him, my house was just a series of numbers, a consumption of kilowatts, a node in a vast, humming grid of humanity. I felt an overwhelming surge of affection for him. I wanted to run out and hug him, to tell him how wonderful his neon vest was, how beautiful his clipboard looked in the fading light. He finished his task and jogged back to his car, tires crunching on the gravel as he backed out. He was gone and the silence returned, but it wasn't the heavy, predatory silence of the cabin. It was the silence of a Tuesday evening in the suburbs. I went to the basement. I hadn't been down there since I'd returned. The stairs creaked under my weight, a familiar, honest sound. The basement was damp and smelled of old cardboard and laundry detergent. I found my old camping gear in the corner, buried under a pile of winter coats. I pulled out the tent. I unzipped the bag and let the nylon spill out onto the concrete floor. It smelled of wood smoke and dried rain, real rain, the kind that leaves spots and carries the scent of distant mountains. I checked the poles. I checked the stakes. I wasn't going back to the woods, not yet, but I needed to know that I could survive in a structure that wasn't built for me. I needed to know that I could sleep under a thin layer of fabric and be okay with the wind shaking the walls. I spent the evening packing, not everything, just the essentials, the things that didn't have a finished version. I packed the ceramic mug. I packed a photo of Sarah and me at the Grand Canyon, both of us squinting into the sun, our hair a wind-blown mess. I packed my father's old watch, the one that lost 3 minutes every day. I left the furniture, I left the rugs, I left the curtains. They were just wood and fabric. They weren't me. When I finally went to bed, I left the closet door open. The patch was drying, a pale white ghost in the darkness. I didn't look for the violet light. I didn't listen for the carpenter's chisel. I just lay there listening to the house settle, the wood expanding and contracting with the temperature, a slow, rhythmic breathing that told me the building was alive. And because it was alive, it was dying. And because it was dying, it was real. I woke up at 3:00 a.m., the dead hour, the time when the veil is thinnest, or so the stories say. The house was cold. I got out of bed and walked down the hall, my bare feet silent on the hardwood. I stopped in front of the closet. The patch was finished. It was smooth, dry, and perfectly integrated into the wall. If I painted it tomorrow, no one would ever know there had been a hole there. No one would ever know I had tried to claw my way into another dimension. I reached out and touched the wall. It was just drywall, paper and gypsum, cold and inert. But as I stood there, I felt a faint vibration. It wasn't in the wall, it was in the floor, a low, rhythmic thrumming, like a heartbeat buried deep in the earth. It was coming from the garage. I walked through the kitchen, my breath hitching in my chest. I opened the door to the garage. The air was thick with the scent of sawdust. I flipped the light switch. The garage was empty, save for my lawnmower and the stacks of boxes I'd prepared. But there, in the center of the concrete floor, was a pile of shavings. Curly, blonde ribbons of wood, as fresh as if they had just fallen from a plane. In the center of the shavings sat a small wooden bowl. It was simple, no carvings, no ornate patterns, just a perfectly turned bowl made of bird's eye maple. The grain flowed around the curves like water, a shimmering, golden whirlpool caught in a moment of stillness. I walked toward it, my legs leaden. I knelt down and picked it up. It was light, impossibly light. It felt like it was made of air and memory. I turned it over in my hands. On the bottom, etched into the wood with that same needle-fine script, was a single word. Fazone. I didn't drop the bowl. I didn't burn it. I sat on the cold concrete floor and held it against my chest. The carpenter wasn't letting go. He wasn't a ghost I could exorcise or a memory I could paint over. He was a force of nature. He was the entropy of the soul, the part of us that longs for the stillness of the grave, for the perfection of the finished work. He hadn't followed me home. He had always been here. He was in the grain of the floorboards, in the frame of the windows, in the very bones of the world. The cabin wasn't a place, it was a state of being. I looked at the bowl. It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever held. It promised a world where nothing ever broke, where the soup never went cold, where the grief of a lost mother and a fractured life could be sanded away until only the smooth, golden grain remained. I stood up and walked to the workbench. I picked up a hammer. I looked at the bowl. My hand trembled. The need rose up in me, a hot, suffocating wave of desire. Just one more look, just one more touch. If I kept it, I could look at it when the world got too loud. I could hold it when the bills piled up and Sarah got angry and the walls of my life started to crack again. It would be my anchor, my secret, my piece of the finished. I raised the hammer. I choose the crack, I whispered. I swung. The hammer came down with a deafening crack. The maple bowl didn't just break, it shattered. It exploded into 1,000 jagged splinters that flew across the garage like shrapnel. A faint puff of violet smoke rose from the debris, smelling of ancient cedar and ozone, before dissipating into the rafters. I stood over the remains, my chest heaving. The vibration in the floor had stopped. The scent of sawdust was fading, replaced by the smell of oil and old tires. I went back to the kitchen and grabbed a broom. I swept up the splinters. I didn't miss a single one. I put them in a plastic trash bag and tied it shut with a double knot. I took the bag outside and put it in the heavy plastic bin at the end of the driveway. As I walked back to the house, I looked up at the stars. They were messy. They were scattered across the sky without rhyme or reason, a chaotic, flickering sprawl of fire and gas. They were beautiful because they were dying. They were beautiful because they were out of my reach. I went back inside and finished the list. 6. Forgive yourself. I didn't know how to do that yet. I didn't know if it was even possible, but I had the list. I had the tools. And I had the morning sun, which was just beginning to bleed over the horizon, imperfect and blinding and brand new. I went to the closet one last time. I didn't look at the patch. I looked at the door handle. The brass was tarnished, the screws were a little loose, and the latch clicked with a satisfyingly metallic, imperfect sound. I turned the handle, stepped inside, and pulled the door shut. I sat in the dark for a long time, just me and the smell of drying plaster. I waited for the door to change. I waited for the wood to grow. I waited for the world to turn into mahogany. It didn't. It stayed a closet, a dark, cramped space filled with the scent of my own life. I pushed the door open and stepped back into the hallway. The light was hitting the eggshell paint, revealing every brushstroke, every ripple, every flaw. I smiled. It was a terrible job. I couldn't wait to show Sarah. The realtor arrived on Thursday. Her name was Diane, and she smelled of expensive lilies and desperation. She walked through my house with a laser measure that emitted a tiny, sharp beep every time it hit a wall, as if she were sonar mapping a shipwreck. I followed her, my hands shoved deep into my pockets. I felt like a trespasser in my own hallway. The bones are good, Diane said, tapping a polished fingernail against the doorframe of the kitchen. A bit of a fixer-upper in the aesthetic department, but the footprint is solid. Buyers love a project they can finish themselves. I flinched at the word. I don't think it'll ever be finished, I said. She laughed, a practiced melodic sound, spoken like a true homeowner, but we can stage it, hide the rough edges. That closet in the hallway, for instance, the patch is a bit prominent, We'll throw a coat of high-hide primer on that, maybe hang a mirror over it for the open house. Out of sight, out of mind. I looked at the patch. In the harsh midday sun, it looked like a calcified scar. I'd rather they see it, I said. I want them to know what they're buying. Diane paused, her laser pointer hovering over a scuff on the baseboard. She looked at me, really looked at me, for the first time. She saw the dust in my hair and the way my eyes kept darting toward the shadows in the corners. She saw a man who was vibrating at a different frequency than the rest of the neighborhood. "Mr. Henderson," she said, her voice dropping the sales pitch lilt. "Are you sure you're ready to let go? Usually, when people sell this fast after a renovation, they're running from something. Mold, termites, a bad divorce." "I'm not running," I lied, and we both knew it. "I'm just clearing the site. I need a place where the walls are made of something I didn't touch." She nodded slowly and noted something down on her digital tablet. "We'll list it by Monday. I'd suggest you stay with a friend while we show it. The energy of a house changes when the owner is hovering." I'd agreed. I didn't tell her that I wasn't hovering. I was anchoring. I was the only thing keeping the second door from sliding back into the reality of this hallway. That night the dreams returned, but they were different. I wasn't in the cabin. I was in a forest made of glass. Every tree was a hollow, transparent tube, and inside the trunks I could see the sap flowing like liquid mercury. I was holding a glass hammer, and every time I struck a tree, it didn't shatter. It chimed, a long, mournful note that resonated in my teeth. I woke up to the sound of scratching. It wasn't coming from the closet. It was coming from the front door. I didn't turn on the lights. I grabbed the heavy maglite from my bedside table and walked into the living room. The moonlight was filtering through the sheer curtains, casting long, skeletal fingers across the carpet. Scratch, scratch, tap. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I peered through the peephole. There was no one there. The porch was empty. The driveway was a silver ribbon under the moon. But as I watched, a small, dark shape hopped onto the railing. It was a bird. At first, I thought it was a crow, but the way the moonlight hit its wings was wrong. The feathers didn't ruffle in the wind. They were stiff, geometric. It turned its head, a sharp, jerky motion, and I saw the grain. It was a birch bird, the same one the insurance adjuster had described, the one I had told her to burn. It wasn't a gift, it was a splinter, a fragment of the finished that had found its way back to the source. The bird tapped its beak against the glass of the door. Clack, clack, clack. It wasn't trying to get in, it was measuring. It was checking the tolerances of the glass, the strength of the seal, the integrity of the barrier. I backed away from the door, my heart a cold stone in my chest. I wanted to scream, to throw the door open and crush the wooden thing under my boot, but I knew that was what he wanted. He wanted me to engage. He wanted me to take the wood into my hands again. I went to the kitchen and sat on the floor, leaning my back against the refrigerator. The hum of the appliance was a comfort, a mechanical drone that spoke of electricity and freon and human engineering. I stayed there until the sun came up, listening to the birch bird tapping against the world, waiting for a crack that wasn't there. When the light finally turned the sky a bruised purple, the tapping stopped. I checked the porch. The bird was gone, but there was a small, circular indentation in the wood of the railing, perfectly smooth, as if a hot marble had been pressed into the grain. I didn't wait for Monday. I packed my car. I threw the tent, the sleeping bag, and a crate of canned goods into the trunk. I grabbed my laptop and my files. I left the furniture. I left the unfinished walls. I left the house exactly as it was, a half-told story. As I was pulling out of the driveway, my phone buzzed in the cup holder. It was Sarah. "Hey," she said, her voice sounding small and far away. "I'm at the train station. I thought I'd come up early. Give us some time to talk before the weekend." I slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding on the gravel. "Sarah, no, don't come to the house." "Michael, what's wrong? You sound panicked." "I'm leaving, Sarah. I'm selling the place. I'm in the car right now." There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear the muffled announcements of the train platform, the whistle of a departing engine. "You're leaving," she whispered, just like that, after everything we talked about, after the plans for the garden, the nursery. "The foundation is bad, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "I can't fix it. If we stay there, it'll swallow us. It'll turn us into something perfect. I can't let that happen to you." "You're not making sense, Mike. You're scaring me. Where are you going?" "I don't know, somewhere flat, somewhere with no trees. I'll call you when I get there. Just stay at the station. Go back to the city, please." "Michael, wait." I hung up. I couldn't explain it. If I told her about the carpenter, she'd think I'd had a psychotic break. If I told her about the second door, she'd think I was a poet or a madman. And maybe I was both. But I was a madman who was still alive, and I intended to stay that way. I drove south. I avoided the highways with their forested medians and scenic overlooks. I stuck to the industrial corridors, the places where the earth was paved over with asphalt and concrete, where the only things that grew were weeds in the cracks of the sidewalk. I drove until the sun was high and the air turned humid and heavy with the smell of salt. I found myself in a small coastal town that had seen better days. It was a place of peeling paint and rusted piers, a town that was losing its battle with the ocean. It was perfect. I checked into a motel called the Driftwood. The irony wasn't lost on me, but the room was made of cinder blocks and linoleum. There wasn't a splinter of wood in sight, save for a cheap, laminated nightstand that felt more like plastic than oak. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at my hands. They were stained with joint compound and grease. They were the hands of a man who had tried to build a life out of shadows and had nearly been crushed by the weight of them. I stayed in that room for 3 days. I ate cheap burgers from the diner across the street. I watched local news and weather reports. I watched the tide come in and the tide go out. I watched the salt spray eat away at the metal railings of the motel balcony. The decay was beautiful. It was honest. On the 4th day, I received an email from Diane. Subject: interest in the property. Michael, you won't believe this. We haven't even officially listed yet, but I had a private inquiry this morning. A gentleman saw the sign I was putting up. He didn't even want to see the inside. He offered 20% over the asking price, cash. He said he's a collector of unique structures. He wants to close in 48 hours. Are you interested? I stared at the screen. My fingers hovered over the keys. I knew who it was. I knew the collector. He wanted his foundation back. He wanted the hole I had patched. He wanted the anchor point where the two worlds had touched. If I sold it to him, the house would be gone. It would be swallowed by the woods. The neighbors would wake up one morning and find a vacant lot, or perhaps a grove of trees that looked too old for the neighborhood. The second door would be permanent. But if I didn't sell, if I kept the house, I would be tied to it forever. I would be the guardian of a portal I didn't want, a lighthouse keeper for a sea of darkness. I typed back a single word: yes. Let him have it. Let him take the drywall and the plumbing and the lopsided kitchen cabinets. I had the memory of the breaking. I had the scar on my shoulder. That was the only thing that mattered. That evening, I walked down to the beach. The sun was setting, a bruised orange smear on the horizon. The waves were crashing against the shore, pulling the sand back into the depths. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, jagged splinter of the maple bowl I had kept. I hadn't been able to throw it all away. A small part of me, the broken part, still wanted to hold onto the beauty. I looked at the splinter. It was the size of a fingernail, but it glowed with a faint internal light. It was a seed. If I planted it, if I nurtured it, it would grow into another door. It would offer me another chance at perfection. I thought about the finished. I thought about the violet light and the smell of cedar. I thought about a world where nothing ever hurt, where the silence was a warm blanket, and where my mother was still sitting in her chair, whole and happy. Then I thought about the grit of the sandpaper. I thought about the way Sarah's nose crinkled when she laughed. I thought about the smell of rain on hot asphalt and the way my shoulder ached when the weather changed. I threw the splinter into the ocean. I watched it bob for a moment, a tiny spark of gold in the dark water, before a wave crested over it and dragged it down into the salt and the silt. I stood there for a long time, watching the water. I waited for the sea to turn to wood. I waited for the waves to freeze into carvings of foam. But the ocean just kept moving. It was messy and loud and completely indifferent to my survival. I turned my back on the water and started walking toward the motel. My phone rang in my pocket. I didn't check the caller ID. I didn't wait for the fear to hit. "Hello," I said. "Michael," it was Sarah. She sounded tired. She sounded real. "I'm at a coffee shop. I didn't go back to the city. I've been waiting." "I know," I said. "I'm sorry. I had to finish something." "Is it finished now?" she asked. I looked at the peeling paint on the motel sign. I looked at the rusted cars in the lot. I looked at my own hands, which were shaking just a little. "No," I said, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was telling the truth. "It's not finished at all. It's just starting to break." "Where are you?" "I'm by the water. Come meet me. Bring your worst shoes. We're going to walk until we find a place that needs a lot of work." I hung up the phone. I didn't look back at the woods or the sea. I just kept walking, one heavy, imperfect step at a time, toward the flickering neon light of the motel office. The world was loud. The world was dirty. The world was falling apart. And it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I went back to my room and opened the window. I let the salt air in. I sat at the small, laminated table and pulled out a fresh sheet of paper. I didn't make a list of things to fix. I didn't make a plan for the future. I just wrote down a single sentence, the only thing I knew for sure. The door is closed, but the house is still breathing. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. I didn't dream of glass forests or wooden birds. I dreamed of nothing at all. And when I woke up, the sun was shining through the cheap curtains, revealing the dust motes dancing in the air, thousands of tiny, chaotic specks of light, none of them in the right place, and all of them exactly where they needed to be. The drive back towards Sarah felt different than the flight away from the house. When I was running, the road was a blur of hostile geometry, every tree a potential spy for the carpenter, every wooden fence a ribcage waiting to enclose me. Now the world felt flimsy, but in a way that offered relief. It was just matter. It was just carbon and water and the slow, entropic crawl toward dust. I met her at a diner 3 towns over from the coast. It was a squat building of corrugated steel and glass, sitting in the middle of a vast, cracked parking lot. There wasn't a tree for 100 yards. Sarah was sitting in a booth near the back, a mug of coffee cradled in her hands. She looked exhausted, her hair pulled back in a messy knot, her eyes rimmed with the red fatigue of a woman who had spent 48 hours wondering if the man she loved had finally snapped. When I slid into the booth opposite her, she didn't scream. She didn't demand an explanation. She just reached across the formica table and gripped my wrist. Her skin was warm. It was slightly damp from the condensation on her cup. It was the most grounding thing I had felt in weeks. "You look like you've been sleeping in a graveyard, Michael," she whispered. "Close," I said. "I've been sleeping in the truth, or trying to. The house is sold. Diane is handling the closing. Cash offer. We never have to go back there, Sarah. Not for a toothbrush, not for a memory." She looked down at her coffee, watching the cream swirl into a chaotic nebula. I loved that house. I loved what we thought it would be, but toward the end, I couldn't breathe in there. It felt like the walls were leaning in, trying to hear what we were saying. I squeezed her hand. They were. It's over now. We sat in silence for a long time, the clatter of the diner kitchen providing a soundtrack of mundane reality. The waitress, a woman with a name tag that said Dot and a voice like gravel, brought me a menu. I ordered the greasiest breakfast they had. I wanted to feel the heavy, sluggish reality of calories and salt. I wanted to be weighed down. "What now?" Sarah asked. "We have the money from the sale. We could go anywhere. We could go back to the city." "Not the city," I said, looking out the window at the shimmering heat rising from the asphalt. Too much noise, too many people trying to build things that last forever. I want somewhere, temporary, a rental, somewhere with white walls and generic carpet, somewhere I didn't choose the baseboards. She smiled, a small, sad flicker of her old self, a blank slate. "No," I corrected, "a slate that someone else already wrote on and then partially erased. I don't want to be the one holding the chalk anymore." We found a place by the